to have another big event in Duelist Blitz community. Bloodtear Cup number 3 starts right now. I'm Yakus, and with me here is Troz.
Hello, hello, we are back.
We are back indeed. The same team will be commentating for you for the next few hours. The really epic matches. I have seen that a lot of known names are playing in this tournament, so I think this will be a really great show.
Yeah, we got Mez, we got Incog, we got some of the top names in the ladder showing up. It's gonna be fun. The last tournament was really hype, but you're gonna have to take our word on that. The footage has been expunged from reality, so we'll be sure to give you a twice as good show this time, because the VODs for the first ones are around. Those ones were characterized by Mage Sworn, and then Tournament 2 was characterized by Apex. Let's see what's gonna define this next tournament.
Oh yeah, some players want to forget that, and you know, I think there is not that many Apex decks right now. I don't know if we have any in this edition. Also, Mage Sworn was changed, so these two elements are maybe not that popular anymore. So we took really your opinions into consideration, and we have tried to adjust a few things to have another tournament turn out differently. And yeah, a lot of Vitruvian as well.
Yeah, there's a particular Vitruvian combo that I was hoping to see with Second Wish and a one-hit KO, and punishing the enemy for the fatal sin of having a minion anywhere on the board at 4 or 5 or 6 mana. It's a pretty funny combo, but I'm not seeing anyone running the crab so far.
Not running the crab. Well, Second Wish was for a short moment also drawing a card, and this was removed.
Yeah, that was kind of nuts.
Yeah, it was too crazy. But now we are back into the a reality, let's say. It's still good, but it's very situational, right? So it's more used in the late game. It's not like anytime you have a Swamp Entangler, you're just using it with the Second Wish.
Yeah, Swamp Entangler was the other excellent combo, because you could just completely siphon someone's strength, and no one is into the combo. Yeah, scrolling down the deck list, we got quite a lot of red, quite a lot of few things, not a lot of Magmar. I guess they're going to be the rarest faction to keep an eye out for. Maybe someone will come up with a pie chart that's got all the factions on it. Those are always fun.
Oh yeah, I'm now seeing if we have our bracket getting prepared. So we have our list of players ready. I will read it now for you guys. So Mezilg, which is maybe the most titled player here in the bracket. PKP, Cosmic, Galabanticus, Shattered Glass, a cool IT. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I should have asked, I believe, but let's say Akulit. It's also a player that started just, I believe, yesterday, and he climbed really high. Subini, Just Kishin, Incognito, Zanaro, TTV, Vinbin. So these are the players. I believe there is 11 of them, so pretty good attendance.
Nice. Let's talk a little bit about the format, because I believe we usually go with double elimination.
Yes, format is double elimination as well in this tournament.
And then once we get to the finals, what are we looking at for that?
So we have the set's length changed. Every set in this bracket is best of 3. So each player chooses a random deck of both that they have brought.
Oh, wait. Did you say random? Do they have to randomize?
Sorry, not random. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought they had the coin flip, which is the two decks.
No. What I mean is, no. What I mean is, the opponent doesn't know which deck is being picked, so there is no this kind of discussion that there are sometimes in another formats. Basically, a player blind picks, not randomly blind picks, the deck list. And the match is played. So best of 3, and until we get to the finals or true finals, I will update you on how it looks like.
Yeah, double blind is pretty nice. There's a little bit of a lockstep in that you gotta size up both of your opponent's decks and pick the deck that you think is least weak to either of them. If there's a hard counter among the two, you'll definitely want to sidestep it.
Definitely. We are getting bracket prepared, I believe. And once we have the bracket and it's shuffled, PKP will lead you to your matches. So please bear with us. I see a lot of players are right now already waiting to start their games, and we have our bracket ready to be copied, and I will just now show it to all the players in the Discord.
We are ready to start round number 3 once everybody has figured out who they're paired against. Also, shout out to our sponsors. It's Just Cosmic. I think he doubled the prize pool, wasn't it?
Yeah, Cosmic, really huge donation here, $150, which contributes a lot to the entire duel list, to Blitz as well, but also it got a lot of new players coming in, getting to know all the universe. So this is very much appreciated, and maybe even he will take some of this money back, right, by winning the tournament.
Yeah, that's always the cool thing to do. We've had that happen in DGG before, where someone will submit money for the tournament prize pool and then just win it back because they're just that much of a Chad. They don't even need to donate it, but they make the numbers plush up and look cooler. Okay, so if PKP was making the bracket, would you just use the same format as before? So we can just... Oh yeah, it's B Cup 3. Well, we seem to have some pairings up. Did you know? Round 1, we've got Cosmic versus Just Kishin, PKP versus Galvantis. Sorry, Galvanticus. Meslogy versus Vinbin, Incog versus Xanarotiv, and we got a couple buys.
Yeah,
unless you're going to be shuffling that.
I think this is live, so there will be no shuffle, and great matches coming up. I'm showing right now the bracket for all the viewers here, so we can see very strong matches. I think the strongest pair here is PKP.
I'm not actually seeing that on the stream, by the way. Oh, wait, sorry, I've got a 5-minute delay, of course.
Yeah, that might be the reason. So that's why.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, we don't have real time with the stream here because we're playing for a big prize pool and we don't want people to just hand hack for free.
Exactly, and that's why I'm informing you what I'm saying and what people will see. So, PKP Galavanticus, definitely super strong players. PKP, one of the favorites to win this tournament, in my opinion. He really stepped up. And Vetruvian is pretty strong in this patch, and as we know from other duelist versions, that PKP is a really good Vetruvian. What else? From my perspective, Zanaro TTV will have a very difficult match. He is a player also that started playing yesterday, and all of his cards are basic, and he will have to, meet this legendary player Incognito.
Yeah, I gotta root for the underdog. You can get a lot done with the basics. Like the 1/5 Provoke Rocky Pummeler is definitely an MVP. And there's some other good stuff too. So it's a lot of good stuff you can just get on the cheap. Well, as we've got some pairings up, we're going to have some players diving into games real soon. In fact, we got a number of games already in.
Yes, Rosa, I think we can join the Incognito versus Zanaro TTV if you have them on your friend list. So it seems like
Yeah, I
they
got 'em
have
both,
started, so
so.
they are our first couple that is ready to play, and they are playing. I think the Incognito with his very big experience in tournaments was
So
already
which one
seeing.
will you
Mhm.
spectate? I'll watch the opposite one.
You, I mean, actually, I can see both of the hands, so it was updated for this tournament.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
A
cool.
little bit of progress. So now everyone can see on the stream perspective of Incognito, and I will do the second vision here for Zanaro TTV.
Very nice. Incognito is rocking the Celestial Phantom. It is the 1/5 that has Death Touch. You can just poke something to delete it. Zanarov TTV is showing off the new Zeal. The Zeal units have a bit larger stats, but as a trade-off, Zeal only impacts the tiles above and below you instead of nearby tiles. So you have to be a lot more particular with it, and you can only have 2 Zeals active at once. So there's a lot more consideration there.
We have it.
Also, not to mention, the mana tiles have been completely rearranged. We've got the mana spring at the top and bottom, and one within grasp of player 1, turn 1, so pretty different.
Pretty different, and we can see already that Zanaro has controlled the bottom tile. So Incognito
Yep.
has only one left. He decides to use this. It's a very bad hand right now for Incognito. I have just noticed it now. Basically nothing to play. I think he will have to do some magic with this Ephemeral Shroud, and I'm not sure if a Portrait Dread Flyer is a good target for that.
Yeah, Shroud can only hit whatever directly in front of it, but being a 1-mana 2/2, it kind of contributes enough to the board that that's fine, but it's pretty hard to find a juicy target for it. I guess turning off 4 attack on a Windblade Adept might be decent. Center of TTV having some regrets with that play. Ended up using a juxtaposition to swap the Rocky over, but now the Celestial Phantom is just going to trade with a Wind Depth.
I think so. I think Incognito also plans to trade the Celestial Phantom, but maybe he had some connection issues. I'm not sure about that. It looks like... Oh, maybe I have a spectator book, do I? No, they are just waiting for each other. I guess they have to plan for a longer time. Oh, here is Lionize! So this is a celerity,
Lionize.
a very strong
Yeah.
card right now, but only one move of the minion will be played here because he already moved behind the general.
Yep. So just gonna probably keep that for next turn, maybe buff set up. It's a really good target to put bonds on or any other buffs. Oh no, there's just so much on the board. Incog doesn't have a full board cleared. Game 1, going to Xanarov TV.
Do you really think it was about the board state? I was feeling like maybe there is some connection issues on Incognito's side. So we will see as we're going into the next game.
Maybe something nasty went on there. Also has a Death Strike seal, so is able to promote a random unit into basically being another Celestial Phantom.
Yeah, it didn't look that bad at all. So now we are waiting for Incognito to probably reload his client. It's possible if he's on the way somewhere. You know, many people play tournament from their mobile client, so it can definitely happen. But now we are going to the game 2. Incognito is so good that I think he can turn it around.
Yeah, for sure. Incog's really clutch, especially when it comes to tournaments. Probably has just the most red wins in tournaments after you, or like you guys are definitely the top 2 for sweeping tournaments with red. In D2 at least, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel if I can say a little bit about the history of our plays with Incognito, I think My deck lists were very much Songhai versus Songhai favored, so honestly, I think we are just both really solid players in Duelist 2, but Incognito definitely a lot better in Blitz, and this is time for him to show it. Not that strong opening. Maybe, what do you think about this opening by Zanaro?
It's pretty decent. This Dread Flare can get anywhere on the board, but the Key Beholder absolutely hoses it because the flying is a powerful keyword to just turn off for a turn. And now the Tusk Boar is out.
This is perfect actually against flying minions, right? I never thought about this. Yeah, so flying minions are largely underplayed, but Zanaro is bringing some of them. I have seen some flying minions in Songhai as well, but yeah, Key Beholder completely denies any play. I think there's no Magnetize, so basically this will act as a wall for the rest of the game.
Key Beholder, gigantic priority needs to be taken out. Fortunately, True Strike costs 0 and it's here, so it's pretty nice. Basically, the only cost is your hand, so the action bar is going to be whittled down a bit. But chunky plays like Dread Flare are really nice because they're hard to remove and they stack up buffs really well.
This is a very strong board again for Zanaro.
Yep.
And
complete
again,
lockdown. Celestial Phantom could potentially be immediately woken up with an inner focus to take care of it.
He has 2 inner focuses,
he,
yeah, but I don't feel like he will use it. Or do you think he will use both of the inner focuses?
Maybe one of them? Could use 2 of them. The Dread Flare otherwise just gonna maybe trade with it along with a general hit and something else. I don't know.
So what is important here is that he has the Twilight Sorcerer to bring back one of the inner focuses, right? So this is kind of interesting, and it will be perfectly on the next turn, the 4 mana turn. So maybe he will decide to use both of them.
Twilight Sorcerer, as it turns out, is a good target to inner focus, being a 3/6.
Is there some kind of issue with Celestial Phantom killing the opponent? If this is the case, maybe we will have to make a special ruling about this game, because I can see for the second time there is some problem when the Celestial Phantom is played.
Oh. Do you think that Incog dropped there when he played the Celestial Phantom?
Yes, I feel like it. Again, he didn't do any action after playing it.
Yeah, because there was some consideration to drop the Celestial Phantom and then just build the board. But it really seemed like trading that inner focus for the Knight would have been good. Or even just getting both of them off the board, so the Twilight Sword could have picked up an inner focus, would have been good. But yeah, some unusually passive play here.
Let's wait. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, again.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi was no good. Dang, Incog getting a pretty bad situation here.
Yeah, that's really sad to watch. Sad to cast as well, because it looked really good, and I wonder if there is some issue about the Celestial Phantom, because twice on the same turn he got disconnected. Anyways, well, we will end this at 2-0 for Zanaro TTV. If there is something to be ruled,
what the heck?
Yeah, we can do this after the game, but we will keep watching other games in the meanwhile.
That's nuts. Incog was one of the favorites to win the whole tournament. But this is still double limb, but we don't allow deck editing, so with Celestial Phantom Crash was still happening. You should have noticed this like on any of the games leading up to the tournament, so it's really weird that it's only becoming an issue now.
Yeah, exactly. It's unlikely that there is specifically an issue about this card. I think he would report that right away to me in chat, but he didn't write any message, so I think this is just internet issue, which is very annoying, I believe. I think next game we can watch is Cosmic versus Just Kishin. I don't know if you have any of them in your
Let's check
friend
them
list.
out. Yeah, I'll check out from Cosmic's perspective. And we have a pretty advanced board state. Cosmic with quite a ton of stuff on board. Kishin with nothing more than a single Wings Mechazor. The Skywind Glaives at full power. This army is just hitting for so hard. And we were talking about how strong some of the low rarity cards were. Pureblade Enforcer is a good example of that. If you want to play yellow, my recommendation is you make a couple of these things and you just have a 1-mana beast sometimes.
Okay, very original card. The Rogue Warden, is that correct? Yeah, I remember correctly. But looks like it will be down in a moment, and there are some good targets for immolation.
Yep, Cosmic getting nice cleanup here. The Rogue Warden plus the Frostfire is a pretty cool combo. Frostfire more than just something that you slap onto Vespirs. Putting on something with a really good keyword is some value, but not enough value there. Cosmic taking game number 1.
Yes, indeed, game number one, and we will have another one. So we are waiting for them to load into the game and we can follow it more closely. Kishin was honestly just convinced to play in this tournament. He didn't play the game for a few months at least. So he knew that maybe he is a bit rusty. So he has a deck list. It doesn't have many epic or legendary cards, but it was fine. I think he was around diamond, maybe gold rank when he was playing. So definitely has some chances.
Might be some high rarity cards that were open in random packs that are to be noticed. I'm going to take a look at this deck list for Kin to see if there's anything like that, because Cosmic and them are taking a little while to start their next game.
Yes, we're waiting a bit. I'm not sure if they are aware of having to play a set of best of 3. Looks like they are in the game number 2. Cosmic versus Just Kishin.
We do have a Sleet Dasher in the deck. That's kind of fancy.
Okay, it was buffed recently, so people rather treat it in a funny way, where just random stats are being increased in Blitz. But honestly, this stat line 422 does make a difference in comparison to 415 that was before. It's a really solid 6-drop now, and you can now fill in more of a 0-drops if you need, if you can have a turn of 6-drop and 0-drop in the late game.
So actually, when I first started playing Blitz, I too loved doing the range strategy. I just had a lot of ranged cards. It's a pretty good way to get started, because your units can just get value over time. But you want to backline them. We can see just Kishin going for the mana tile. But this bottom placed Fire Spitter could have potentially been answered by Archeon himself, but we can see Arclight Sentinel is also a pretty excellent option.
Yeah, so maybe, I don't know if he could have played it a bit better by taking the mana tile with his general, but as we said before, he's a little bit rusty. Now, what decision to make here. Should he come closer, try to clear up the board, or move back? Honestly, seeing that scary of a Lionar board state, I would just fall back. But Kishin in a let's say medium distance.
Fox Ravager, 3/6 lost, 3 hit points, and a keyword. And the Shaman kind of placed towards the tile, but the further closer that you have a minion place, the more options you're giving your opponent. Like, there's literally 3 things that Cosmic could use to attack this Shaman. So my recommendation is to backline these. Like, down to the left of the general is really protected, so the Shaman could have been chilling there for higher value next turn. I'm expecting Cosmic to just come in with a bit of destruction here on it, because this Horn Shaman does a lot of work if you can have it die next to a bunch of friendlies, but this is the worst case scenario for it, where it dies by itself, so it just kind of gets crushed. And the board for Cosmic is just unreal. Lady Locke is a pretty sick legendary.
Definitely, and I think he doesn't need the Tempest at all. If I would see I'm winning that much as Cosmic, there is no world in which a Tempest will be useful. Now, Kishin has 6 cards, right? Has 6 cards, but it looks like he's locked in.
Yeah, this the main removal option is just transforming things into 3/3, which is kind of not enough of a downgrade. Like, really needed. The perfect thing would be that 3 damage to all minions spell, but even that only damages the board, doesn't really solve it.
Definitely, and also this Crystal Cloaker will not get the infiltrate bonus, so he has to stay here and pray that there is no other card that will increase the output damage from Cosmic, because it would mean the lethal will come. And what has Cosmic in hand? Maybe this Tempest will be the last hit.
Yeah, the Tempest is pretty nice for attacking together a lethal, because sometimes it gets rid of creatures that are in the way of other attackers. Also, Regalia is a nice way to push a bit of damage. The Shield Master is complicating the lethal, though. Primus Shield Master is a pretty nice card.
It's looking good. A bit complicated situation here to calculate, also because all of those minions are they have enough health to just stay in the board, and maybe he cannot approach the enemy general with all of his units. Well, so it looks like no lethal this turn.
Nope, but this is an overwhelming board. There are so few places to even summon minions at this point.
The only weak point I feel of Vanar is the board clear. Basically, all they have in their faction set is a blinding snowstorm, which deals only 1 damage. So yeah, if there are no walls, if there is no board presence for Vanar, it looks pretty rough.
Yeah, they're my least played faction in Blitz by a long shot, because I just can't figure out how to get ahead if you're behind. It's like, once the table starts going, there's no good table flippers. Like this Tempest, for instance, is quite nice, and Kishin would have been wanting a couple copies of those, but you just don't get that with Vanar or any other AoE. So ending the stats with 420, Cosmic winning 2-0.
Cosmic, very solid performance in his first round. Kishin will have one more chance in the losers bracket, and we will look now for another game.
Looks like everybody is queued waiting for their next opponent. What the heck?
Looks like we have some organizational problem. So
Well, if you refresh the bracket, it's changed. Rockin has been added.
yes, well, Rocken has sent the deck list, so it looks like PKP just didn't see him in the.
Oh, damn. So, yeah. I was wondering where his deck list was. It wasn't showing up.
Okay, so is Rocken's deck list in the channel?
Unless he just posted it recently. Yeah, I just assumed he didn't sign up. Because he's not on the bracket, he doesn't have a deck list. Yo, if Rockin was intending to play with him, we did him a dirty.
Okay, please wait 1 minute while I'm checking things.
Well, we do have some cool matches that are getting fired up apparently, and Cog is back for the rematch.
Yeah, I believe we should just accept the previous score, right? So the matches that we have seen are the same in the bracket right now, so they have not been changed. So we can just apply the scores as they were. I think this will be the most fair. How do you feel?
Yeah, this seems fun. We get to get Rockin back into the fold. Okay, Incog versus Xenarov. These guys are attempting to not crash, I guess. I'm gonna take a look. Incog is Kalios opening on the left side. Xanatarov on the right side is Brome. With a Putrid Dread Flare opener. The classic for this line our deck because it's very nice for buffs. I guess just don't play a Celestial Phantom?
Okay, it looks like it was my bad with adding the Rocken to the list, but we are back on track right now. So as you said, let's look again at the bracket, what has been happening. MSLG has won with Vinbin 2-0, and about other matches, I don't know if they were playing the replay. I mean, this is up to the tournament organizer. I think PKP will lead you to what to do in this situation, but as you said, we can join already some of the games that are happening. So you were mentioning the Incognito Zanaro TV,
No.
is that correct?
Incog already crashed, but I was watching that one, he didn't even have a Celestial Phantom in hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's something else going on. It must be his net. So the game is fine, but Incog side, bad day to have your ISP acting up or your Wi-Fi going down.
Definitely. Let's look into Galavantico's game. He's now in a match versus PKP. Let's see how it goes.
PKP busting out the obelisks. But obelisks are extremely weak to these Night Sorrow Assassins. Alright, Rockin's decks have been added to the deck lists. Very nice. Taking a peek at what we got for these decks.
Galavanticus, I think, has the most games of all the players in Duelist Blitz. So it's great to see him, but he looks already overwhelmed with the amount of obelisks, and I will show you all to our viewers if they are dispelled, and as you can see, none of them are dispelled right now. So I think he will start a dispelling party by doing this with the first ethereal obelisk on the left and destroying the second one.
Yep, this chunks through the obelisks. Already a third of them just remaining.
Well, in hand of PKP is a perfect turn 4 answer And this is a Wind's Fury, and he has a buff to attack here. He will spawn 2 of the dervishes, so maybe it's not worth it.
I'm kind of curious about this Breath of the Unborn. It has a lot of matchups where it seems it's not great, and there's not a lot of minions on the Abyssian side that need healing. It's just like a one-sided Tempest, but these obelisks don't really care about it.
Okay, I have checked the score, and this is already 1-0 for PKP. So only 1 left to win this set.
Yeah, and his opponent already being pushed into the corner. Quite the nice board, and the high-value obelisk, the Fireblaze, still up in the back, able to keep pumping everything.
Yeah, it's interesting that he didn't decide to dispel the Fireblaze obelisk. Maybe another turn, so he has some answers in hand. Actually, he has a lot of cards right now, and it looks like maybe he will not be able to use enough of them. Oh, Sarlacc is good here, I think.
Yeah, Sarlacc pays for itself because there's a Darkfire sacrifice, so it can go mana neutral there.
Okay, so I think this will be the play. No, if he goes diagonally, then maybe he will go for a board clear.
Yeah, diagonal means that the Portal Guardian needs to be dealt with.
Yes, exactly. And
Otherwise
he doesn't decide to use it, so it looks like he's waiting for something. I believe he's waiting for the Cosmic Rebirth. That could be his choice.
Well, the lure is fine enough removal for the time being, just kind of setting this portal back a couple turns.
If
a lot of Ash,
if PKP is not running the astral phasing, right? So the flying spell.
Yeah, that would be an incredible trick. Taking a look at his deck now, I see 1 copy of it. Yeah.
Will be very helpful, and it's already getting big. 10 health for Galavanticus. Can he come back from this situation? So this first obelisk on the left is dead. He's not doing anything. He has a lot of cards. Can he do some combo here maybe? So he has also a Shadow Dancer to heal up a little bit.
Oh yeah, Shadow Dancer seems pretty nice, but it's going to eat so much mana. Even with the Darkfire Sacrifice, there's only going to be enough for a Sarlacc plus a tiny spell. So that takes off Ritual Banishing. So maybe, yeah, the other line of play is just to use Ritual Banishing. And we're seeing that. Getting rid of this Portal Guardian before it can start flying. There are so many obelisks, though, that are still online. The bottom half of the map is being split by this Lava Obelisk, which is pretty annoying. But fortunately, the Ash Mephits didn't spawn on that row, so they didn't get immediately blasted.
Looks like it can be now reached by PKP, and I laughed for a little bit because I saw the red Sinja in his deck, which is not typical for a Vitruvian player.
Yeah, it's maybe just a meta consideration, looking to do 7 damage to some things.
And here comes the addition that is very troublesome for all the players, I believe, and we'll see if this will result in a lethal damage. So Kanumka cannot hit twice the enemy general right now because you know, it will not die, so it will not get respawned, but as you can see, it will put a lot of pressure on the enemy.
Yeah, as long as there's any dervish anywhere on the map, the Caw can respawn in its place, and it only works offensively for respawning because there's no dervishes that are hanging around, so it could actually just be killed off like a normal minion.
Now, is there any dispel, any potential for display? I think the replace will be Shadow Dancer, and after that, I think he runs a few of Ephemeral Shrouds, but we'll see what he gets.
Yeah, or even just using a Breath of Unborn and attacking it. But a Shroud would allow the Fireblaze Obelisk to be turned off, which would be pretty nice.
Oh yeah, definitely. Also, oh, he doesn't decide to
No places. I guess maybe valuing having 2 Shadow Dancers. Maybe that's the win con. So I was able to use Demonic Lure to finish off Kanumka. I would have expected a Shadow Dancer instead, but did opt to replace the Shadow Dancer after some plays.
Yeah, well, this is very high stakes tournament, I would say, so I believe there have to be some stress involved in this. And actually I like the positioning of General of Galavanticus. He doesn't necessarily need to destroy the obelisk in front of him just to prevent some spawns of Wind's Fury dervishes. But now, well, Galavanticus will have one more AoE Breath of the Unborn to cast, but I don't know if it's enough.
A Shadow Reflection showing up way too late. This would have been way better once the tripler was down, but as is, without the Ashmi Fit and without any hard removal, this Swarm King Scarab can just barf a bunch of bees, and those bees are going to do finishing damage, and it's in the money position. There's no escaping it.
And maybe even Galvanticus will forget about the Lava Storm Obelisk. Okay, he doesn't. He will have chance to clear up this Obelisk and heal up a little bit to prevent that lethal damage. But it depends now on PKP whether this is his end or not.
I was hoping to see the Shadow Dancer earlier, but only now considering dropping it. So not much potential for getting heals off of it. Has a pretty funny placement for it.
Okay.
But the bees are coming.
Not yet Kanumka in PKP's hand, but now replaces, and still nothing that can finish up Galavanticus. Maybe those small missteps do not matter, but...
It's got a Bloodtear. Like the SKS take 2 steps down, game's over.
Oh.
GG, well played.
So
completely
forgot about this. Yeah, about this crazy
thing in the back.
Crazy Scarab that is finishing up right now.
Well done, PKP, advancing to face the player that we forgot to add into the tournament until just a moment ago. So we got Rockin added into the fold, up next against PKP. Although I don't know if we're going to be spectating that next. What do we got?
Definitely deserving to have this one buy here to to start a bit higher in the bracket. We have also Cosmic Just Kishin was just entered from the previous match. I think let's focus now on some players that have high chance of dropping. Maybe we'll not see them again. So I would be really interested to see how Subini is doing in this version of the game.
Yeah, we don't have any matches currently queued for the lower bracket, but any of those matches are going to be for elimination, so they're going to be I guess higher pressure, but we're going to need one of these round 2 players to get knocked down there.
Right now, I'm showing the bracket that we are having. 3 games have been already finished. I think Zanaro TTV will get a also auto win, because Incognito said in the direct message that he's getting constantly disconnected, which obviously it is what we have seen right during the game.
Yeah, it can happen. I mean, we got the rules that say that that's what we got to do, so I guess we'll just focus on this next round. We got Sabini versus Cosmic, Rockin versus PKP, Shattered Glass versus Mezji, and Akulit versus Zanaro TTV.
If Acolyte and Zanaro TTV start right now, I would be very curious to see them. Both have basically basic decks. Deck lists that consist of only basic and common cards, I believe. Even I don't know if there are any rares. So it is a great thing to watch. Purely positional, purely just having this kind of sense from Duelist 1.
Yeah, although there's that extra little layer of consideration that you want to make sure you don't have something that you don't want relocated or silenced have an empty space in front of it, because Repulsor Beast and Shroud only target whatever is directly in front of them.
Oh yeah, that's the one thing that really you have to switch when you try to play Blitz. And I think Zanaro has not played too much of Ephemeral Shroud, but I also don't think he's using it right now. I believe he will play with a Lioner deck, and we will maybe see him soon.
Yes, indeed. Well, as these guys are just spooling up, I'm going to take a quick 1-minute break. I will be right back.
Sure, I'm waiting with everyone here on the stream for the next games to start. And they will start shortly. This is a good time to read the Twitch chat and the messages that you have been sending. So from very beginning, as I said, we have a 3 minutes delay. So I think you don't mind that I'm replaying with the more than 3 minutes delay. Rocken, hey guys. Oh yeah, good luck, have fun. By trust. I think Rocken when said hey guys, he back then when he wrote the message. When Rocken sent that message, he was not in the tournament yet. So yeah, sorry about that, Rocken, and welcome back. What else? Zanaro said hello. Shatterglass, some nice entertainment while I wait for Mez versus Vin to wrap up. He disconnected, Zanaro said. Terra instead, so sad I couldn't join the tournament, but probably a good thing since I haven't played since these changes. Likely a good thing, though, since I don't know them all. I think Terra instead you could come and, you know, try to win the tournament even you played a lot.
We got some games going on. I'm checking out Akulit's game versus Zanaro.
All right, let's dive in.
Zanaro was streaming earlier. Pretty nice.
Yeah, great to have him in the Blitz community, definitely. A very enthusiastic player, very original, so that's definitely someone we need in Blitz community.
Yeah. Some pretty decent hands from Akulitz, from what I can see, although Sunstone Bracers is a little of a budget indicator. Maybe he'll get some cool value. Being able to snipe a 3 toughness creature would be pretty nice. But that's basically the Fire Spitter's job. Next turn, Akulit will be able to develop that and get rolling with that. Zanaro's reaction is we've got the Rock Pulverizer into the Shroud to turn off the Zeal on this Windblade Adapted.
Okay, makes sense. The Zeal is pretty strong in this version, so 5-3 would definitely get rid of this Rocky. And now he has this access to the mana tiles, right? On the bottom, for sure. Maybe even one on the top. And we see he has 1 minion already. Maybe with Replace, he can even take both of the tiles and have some board control.
Taking 2 steps forward, and then you see the down arrow emanating from his general trying to attack the Shroud. Whoops. Yeah, that doesn't work. But fortunately, he's able to make it look like it was part of the plan all along, because we got an excellent True Strike just on time.
But now the Fire Speeder, I believe, will be in range of Rocky, and Twin Strike is in the hand of Zanaro. So not even in the range, because he didn't decide to attack with it, but he didn't decide to attack with the Windblade Adept, but still he has this True Strike, sorry, not Wind Strike, and well, it looks like a bit of advantage for Zanaro now.
Yeah, by a little bit, it's pretty close. This Dispel is actually doing a lot of work. Not being able to one-shot the Rocky is pretty huge, and it's kind of wild that anything could one-shot Rock. But yeah, between the general hit and the Rocky able to clear the board, plus this gigantic Silver Guard Knight.
Both of the players run Divine Bond, so it will be really crucial to get rid of the high health minions. I think this game can go quite long. I think both of them run the 310 minions, and also both of them run the Martyrdom, obviously, to get rid of them. So it can go all the way through the older deck lists.
We might see some of the huge top end though. I think I was saying some of those gigantic golems. We got face strikers for Akulid on the top end. Gonna need to start drawing that top end, because once your hand size goes down, you really need card quality. And a face striker with a divine bond is so much damage. It's just terrifying. That kind of combo, you might even want to magnetize for it, but there's none of that here.
Oh, definitely. And it doesn't look that scary on board, right? It's just 4/6, but Divine Bond basically, you know, doubles the buff. So it's really strong.
16?
Really strong, and I don't even think it needs any buff in sense of Orin Nexus or anything. It just can surprise the opponent, definitely. Now 3/6 on the board, still Zealed Silver Guard Knight. We have this Legion Brawler with celerity for Akulid.
That's another really good finisher.
Yeah, I think losing on the board state is not a good situation to drop it, though.
Yeah, gonna need to... At least can attack the Silver Guard Knight, but didn't end up getting a lot of value out of those the bracers, because the cat took off the final pip, so the Knight was able to survive.
Now it looks like
Primal
Shieldmaster will be still on board. Well, yes?
This Shieldmaster is as strong as Akulid's own general. Got as much health.
Oh yeah, actually it looks even stronger than him right now. Akulid looking really weak, and also there is an advantage for Zanaro now with the tempo, but he doesn't draw anything super good. I mean, he can clear this Primal Shieldmaster because he has the True Strike, and now he will have really strong minions, 2 of them with Provoke on the board. One Primal Shieldmaster 3/2, second 3/6. He has the Tempest, maybe replacing Tempest probably the next turn. I don't think this board advantage will ever go away, but Akulid is not down yet.
When you're fighting against Lionar, it's pretty important to play around the tiles that are above and below their general, especially if you can provoke and lock them down, because those are going to be the only spots where they can get their seal off. But yeah, the board completely destroyed. The only thing left, this Primus Shieldmaster waiting to be answered. So it's going to be a provoke answering a provoke, just to keep the game going.
There is a chance to provoke this with Silverguard Knight. Akulid doesn't know that Zanaro has the Dispel for it. So let's focus now on the replace that Akulid will do. He decides to first drop the Silverguard Knight.
Yeah. I would have thought that a replace there would have been decent, but instead we're seeing the whole hand play it out. And we were seeing the difference to Zeal. The 2 Zeals here are not proccing.
Yeah.
So Zanaro just has the way to kick aside the provoke, and GG. Zanaro getting game number 1.
Zanaro winning the first one. In the set, we are playing best of 3, so we are tuning into the next game. I will just quickly look into the match history. Yes, it was the first game, and something needs to change. I mean, he has that Legion Brawler. Akulid has that Legion Brawler. He doesn't have too much space to run it, and on the other hand, we have the Lionize, right? So Zanaro definitely prefers here to have this spell. He can use it on Pottery Dreadflyer if he needs to, and maybe if Primal Shieldmaster sticks, he can use it on the Shield Master, so there are more avenues, it seems like, with the Lion Eyes.
But it's harder to apply because it has to be exactly on a particular tile. It's got to be the one right behind your general, I believe it is. Love to open with a Fire Spitter. A Coolit getting a 3-2 ranged out immediately, although with all the True Strikes running around, it might end up being too squishy.
Zanara opening, I believe, in a similar way that Akulit did in the previous match. I mean, the top right from the tile, but we remember that Akulit misstepped a little bit and didn't take the tile. Zanara doesn't make the same mistake.
Yep, this is looking pretty solid. There's a True Strike to answer the ranged unit, and 2 sets of Provoke to really gum up the board.
Akulit doesn't need that Tiger.
Enough, really.
Or maybe
only
he
like
does.
one thing. Tiger actually can hit the Pulverizer and live, so that would clear it. That's not bad. Fire Spitter might be better though. Force them to have another removal piece.
I'll be right back for a minute.
Alright. Well then, we went from stereo to mono. We got no replaces still? You don't have a lot of time in Blitz. You only have 2/3 of the usual turn time, 60 seconds. And as I was mentioning earlier, the Tiger is able to strike and survive, so that gets cleared. And getting that extra Tiger value is definitely worth it, so this cat's hanging out. Zanaro. Might want to just trade general health to get rid of the Saber Spine, because the Primus Shield Master is probably more value wailing on the enemy general. There's also some consideration for keeping your Primus Shield Master at full health and not attacking. I disagree with this kind of ordering though, because the Primus Shield Master, if it was directly in front of Argyon, would have no way to dispel it. But as is, it would be possible to shroud these two or to repulsor beast them, just based on their positioning. But since there's 2 of them, they're both set up to get the mana springs. It's pretty menacing. This formation that Zaro is provoking is it's going to be answered by a Silverguard Knight, which does quite the impression of a Primus Shield Master. But it costs 1 less. With 2 mana left over, can't play a minion, and actually could do minion, War Surge, and yeah, True Strike. So, pretty pumped up board. Akulit doing a pretty good job fighting for the board, although this Fire Spitter is potentially in danger, like a Tempest hit and a general hit would clear it. But it needed to be placed here for the mana, otherwise the War Surge couldn't have come out. So all in all, pretty nice turn. Sanro's got 5 mana if the spring gets snagged. Of note, Zanaro to DV, if gets the 6 mana, it could potentially drop the big cat. We've got a Saber Spine Alpha hanging out in this deck somewhere. Well, Saber Spine Tiger is basically a Phoenix Fire with legs. Takes out the Archer. And curious placement of the Silverguard Knight, not opting to get the Provoke or the Zeal +2.
Interesting.
Just keeping it out of range of the enemy Silverguard Knight, so it's forced to deal with that Primus Shield Master. Because if you give your opponent a lot of Provoke options, then it makes it easier for them, and this is more of playing around the enemy's Zeal, because now Akula can't do a Zeal below.
Well, if Acolyte would answer with another provoke, maybe lock down this position of Zanaro with Silverguard Knight being horizontally. It will be pretty good for him, but he doesn't decide to replace yet. He has the Twin Strike, and it looks like he will not use it this turn.
It's a little weird to hold on to a 0 mana spell when your next turn is going to have max mana, but really valuing having 2 damage on a minion.
Maybe
it pairs
predicting
decently well with Tempest.
Predicting some ranged minions being played, maybe Zanaro changing the position to backline. Well, he has Acolyte now has the Fire Speeder again, and again Zanaro has the answer for that. Oh, or wait, or maybe the other way. Sorry, I'm watching Acolyte right now. It's the opposite. Yeah. We are watching Acolyte right now on the screen. Yeah, it's a bit confusing with both of liner players. So the opposite way, he decides to use it. Decides to use the True Strike and the provoke, and the next provoke is benefiting of the Zeal.
Yeah, pretty interesting use of this one SGK taking a hit with it and then taking 2 steps away to lower its damage, but the provoke is going to be still useful and drops 2 more provokers, so Akulit is in jail, has a couple spells to work with, has this AoE piece.
What?
Unfortunately, replaces that one AoE piece.
Maybe he thought for a second his health bar is too low to use it. I wasn't following enough if this would give him actually a winning position, but it looked to me like there is just a lot of
double clear.
Yeah, is a lot of minions.
Like, actually, no, wait, no, never mind. Actually, the Tempest might have been bad because the Brawler would have been completely deleted.
Oh.
So the Bond does about as much work.
Yes, this is actually much better.
Yeah,
Acolyte.
That was a good replace after all.
That was crazy good. I didn't believe this is a good play, but you proved me wrong. Definitely, this was amazing play. Probably the best of this series. And this replace resulted in, Legion Brawler finally doing some work.
Yeah, found the double kill I needed to hit, preying on these Silverguard Knights that weren't properly set up.
Now, he has to lose the connection with his Silverguard Knight, but he will try to opt for some Divine Bond with the Potread Dreadflyer. How do you feel about that?
That's a finisher and a half. This thing just comes in, hits for 7. Bam, game over. The only thing that could help is a complete coverage of Silverguard Knights. Taking 2 steps down actually does have provoke prevention, but the Primus Shieldmaster complicating the board. Zanaro has to just stay, or Akula has to just stay right in front of this Primus Shieldmaster in the center. Pretty exposed. This flyer, if it comes in with the bond hit, and that's it.
Okay, he decides to clear the Primus Shieldmaster or not. He's hesitating. Decides not to.
Ooh, hesitation is defeat.
Here comes Divine Bond,
but
and it will fly all the way across the map. And this is the great finisher for Zanaro. This comes with a lot of experience playing duelist versions of all kinds, and he knew that this is exact the amount of health points on the enemy that can be finished with this combo. Good game, and Zanaro is winning this set 2-0.
Good game. Flying provokes over, or it prevails over ranged for the most part. Being able to get in though with those the huge chunky flyers is real nice. It can't easily be taken down with a True Strike and a Tempest. Like it would still survive both those things, so it generally gets ignored, and it's perfect for the bond. Very nice 7 damage stab there to finish up the game. Zanaro advancing.
I think we have Mezilji versus Shatterglass game number 2 right now going. There is nothing else on the board for us, so Mezilji won the first game, and now Shatterglass has changed his deck list and he's trying with Vitruvian. Oh, with Lioner, excuse me, and Mezilji on Vitruvian, and he's already losing heavily.
5 hit points left for Mez. This Scarab is pretty nice. The board is all right, but both of the obelisks are dispelled. So this is pretty precarious. I don't know if there's going to be any blast value, but at least the Silverguard Knight was dispelled. So there's no provoke there. But that does it for the blaster. See you later, Starfire. It gets hit by the Marty, which doubles Mez's life, but still pretty strong. Shattered Glass having some regrets.
Yeah, it doesn't look that bad for Mez now. And okay, there is a Star's Fury. It's a 6 mana turn, so he could also run this Portal Guardian, but Mez loves the Starfire Scarab for the mid game. I mean, this is already late game, let's say, but he loves it for some stability, and this is the case also now.
Yeah, just playing it right here is like a chunky threat, and there's no escaping it. And it's out of range of the Silverguard Knight. That minion can't come in for a bonk on it. Shattered Glass would probably like to have a Holy Immo right about now into a Bond. Oh, wait, maybe has that. It says well played. Primus Fist into Primus Fist into Primus Fist would do it.
Oh, will it? Or... Oh, yes, there is 2 of them.
Huh?
There is a hit and... Frostbow Naga! Okay, that will do it! We have ourselves a series, this 1-1.
Nice. Shattered Glass and Mez. They've tied it up. And they are flying right into it. Game number 3. So Orb Weaver is pretty nice in that you can choose where the second one spawns. So it was able to reach for the top tile while developing a bunch of stuff. So pretty strong turn 1. The new layout for the mana tile is really benefiting. And then Shattered Glass, what are we doing? Could be a split opener. Doesn't look like it's 2 steps forward because that puts you in range of a bunch of stuff. So instead, just opting to backline a threat.
Okay, Legion Brawler.
Or can take 2 steps in. Yeah.
Mezilji can take both of the tiles. I think he will opt to do it. Well, can it be easily answered by the Legion Brawler? And the answer is yes. So actually, it kind of limits the possibilities of Mezilji. Maybe this Portal Guardian is not ideal right now to be played.
It should have come out earlier because it's generally the first minion you want to play in a turn. Really weird to see a Portal Guardian here after all these plays, really valuing the position over it having a bit of extra attack.
Interesting.
But it is in a really annoying position. Like, this is where Shattered Glass would have liked to have retreated to, but can't anymore. And gonna have to respect it with hard removal all the same, so March Your Dom. Perfect to use that while your opponent's still topped up.
Now he's in front of the obelisk and he will be hitting it in the next turns, but we will have a strong board now if this Inner Oasis will be played.
That doesn't do a whole lot other than, I guess these obelisks are going to be extremely tanky, so those are pretty annoying. It's going to be hard to take down that, and very nice Fireblaze obelisk timing, able to one-shot the Skyblade.
And this is very interesting for me that Inner Oasis was nerfed, right? It used to give +3 health for each minion. Now it gives +2, and it's still one of the most used cards for Vitruvian. So now we can see like how crazy the card was. And Mezilji is definitely one of the players that loves this card, and it really fits his deck list, because Mezilji has some of the fighting units like Scarabs, some of the units like we see here, Orb Weavers, they also benefit a lot from Inner Oasis, and also it's helpful for the obelisks. So no Kanunka in this deck, no fancy legendaries like Starfire Scarab, but he's going back to the basics, and it looks really good.
Orb Weaver is actually pretty good with Kanunka because that's 2 extra lives and you stick around and they count as dervishes. But we've got the Naga coming in to help with some clearing. Yeah, Inner Oasis is so strong because it gives everything an extra hit on the enemy general while keeping it around, and it cantrips. Gotta love that free card. At a pretty reasonable mana cost too. I usually like pairing them with the Mana Forger.
I feel like Mezilji's board state is getting out of control right now, and Shattered Glass down to 11, he will have another obelisk being spawned. So now...
Yeah, we have a jail situation.
We have a jail, and it's interesting that Vitruvian player opts for a jail, because obelisks are not the perfect tool to do that, because they can be jailed themselves while being so close to the... Yeah, by being so close to the wall.
Yeah, they're basically just bricks, completely locking in. Like, can't even play a single minion. Shattered Glass.
Oh my god! No
Needs
way.
an Empyrean's Claim.
He has the dancing blades to run, but he just gives well played.
Good game. As winning the series 2-1. This incredible Inner Oasis jail really sealed it.
Mez snowballed as he should, I believe. And Martyrdom, well, maybe in another version of Duelist it would be a good tempo play, but you know, having to use 2 mana in Blitz is really a lot, and we could feel that in this game.
Yeah, it took out the Portal Guardian, which was positioned so there's no running away from it. It kind of needed it, but that was like the perfect tempo. Like, that ate the whole turn, and then if you can only spend your turn answering 1 threat a turn, you just can't get ahead in the game to someone who's playing more than 1 threat. And we're definitely seeing a lot of hand spillage. Yeah. Hey, check it out. We got Rockin' playing PKP possibly. Never mind. PKP is not in that game. But that's the last outstanding round 2. Maybe these guys have finished. Oh, PKP now typing. I think that means PKP has defeated Rockin'. Oh no, he's just doing TO stuff. We do have a couple matches that are lined up. The lower bracket actually is kicking off. There's eliminations on the line now.
Let's see at how the bracket looks like. So we have a lot of games finishing the upper bracket. We have Cosmic winning 2-0 against Subini. Subini now in the lower bracket against Incognito. She will get a bye there, so she will play against Vinbin. As you said, we have some bangers. Galavanticos dropped out early, as we have seen in a match before, and Acolyte versus Just Kishin. One of these two, well, they are both new players, so it would be cool to see them, but we didn't see Subini yet, so I believe we can go into the Vinbin versus Subini shortly, or can we? I think Rock and PKP...
well, Vindy needs an opponent from Rockin' versus PKP.
Yeah, so you were right. PKP...
Those guys are playing, I guess, their 3rd game.
PKP did not announce that he has won the game. He just announced that the other scores. So yes, they are playing the third game, so let's jump right into it.
Yeah. It's more Vitruvian versus Linar.
We have seen PKP before with this very strong finisher of a Starfire Scarab. Now we will see how he does against Rocken. So it's 1-1, so it has to be really close. Honestly, I'm very surprised Rocken took a game off of PKP.
I think PKP would just stomp through this, clean sweep it, favorite to win.
Oh, I think so. He plays really a lot. He has a lot of cards that he really grinded hard for. He plays a lot of Gauntlet. He plays a lot of Ranked. So right now, top 1 is Cosmic, right? Our very great donator that thanks to him we have this great prize pool. But PKP is really strong in just one faction. And in this tournament, we don't really have to play more than one if we want to. And it looks like his deck is just unbeatable.
Yeah, PKP is that guy that Bruce Lee was warning people about, of the guy that plays 1,000 games with the same deck, instead of the guy that has 1,000 decks.
Oh yeah, very accurate about him, and I think all of the PKP's punches have the Kanumka in his arsenal. It includes Kanumka because I see it always with him. And now the Orb Weavers will be both 3-1, and I don't see if Rocken can deal with it easily. I think he will have to sacrifice some health.
These Orb Weavers are so sick. More Vitruvian players should be running these, because with the different board layout, these things really help you nab tiles as player 1, and really help you swarm the board in other circumstances.
This is basically snowballed already. I think this got out of hand. Like, how can he deal with it? There is no Tempest on replays. Basically, what to do?
The Tempest was too early. The Tempest went last round to answer the Orb Weavers, but really Rocken needed to hold on to the Tempest for the big play this turn. Now it has to just settle for a bunch of damage and getting a couple healing Mystics. These Mystics at least kind of revert the damage, and Rocky going above 2 points is pretty big. But there's a Pyromancer on the board. Damage is just going to be flying out, and there's a double hit right here.
2 obelisks can be played and will be played. Or
obelisk on the bottom. One thing that's really funny is putting the lava storm obelisks in the corners. If you put it at the top left or top right, or bottom left, it would basically just cut off that whole row for the opponent. Even if the dervishes don't reach a lot of the time.
Basically, now this tile is secured. You know, no one can reach it. Either you put a minion on it or you walk there by yourself. This will result in a big damage being dealt to you. So even Rocken looked again at the obelisk to make sure that it deals damage to all the units, not only minions. 13 health points. There is the Pyromancer in the back. There are Fireblaze obelisk, 2 obelisks that. I mean, Rocken can turn around, can go into defensive position, but there is this Kanumka that is still scary and has global range.
Yeah, Kanumka doesn't have a lot of respawning options, though. Having 3 health, it needs to really find a bigger target to whale itself into over and over again. Pyromancer could be answered with the Ironcliff Guardian most effectively, I'm thinking, but we're seeing the Ironcliff Guardian placed above the General instead, keeping it out of range of the dervishes, but allowing the Pyromancer to do what it wants.
I think this is actually very smart positioning by Rocken. So he knows that simply the 3-2 that comes out of the obelisk is more damage than Pyromancer, and he just played his odds, right? He wanted to be further from the minion, from at least one of the dervishes, and it worked out well, I think, but now the Kanumka may ruin his plan.
Yeah, the Ka loves bonking into this Ironcliff Guardian. It really levels up these Wind Dervishes. It's going to be able to 3-shot it. Or 2-shot it, and then the Pyromancer takes it out? That seems pretty strong, too. Could even keep this Condom Cod just hanging out in the corner. Yeah, because it can just go anywhere it's needed.
There is one Tempest now for Rocken. Replace into Silverguard Knight, which is not that good.
Is out of range of the mana tile, isn't able to snatch it up to get a claim this turn, but this is really good anti-claim positioning. A 3x3 isn't mopping up this board.
He's moving forward. Is this the signal to go all in? He decides that there is no time to wait, and he has that Songhai instinct, I would say, just to push forward when needed. He's throwing everything probably that he has in his hand, leaving only the Tempest.
Yeah, these obelisks are just generating too much value over time. Rocket looking to close it immediately, as soon as possible. PKP doesn't have lethal, so is going to settle for a board clear.
Still, I need to really, I would say, is this it? The bar has lighted up, so I know it's all lighted up because PKP has so much mana. I don't think this is the end of the game yet, but I had to really congratulate Rocken on his positioning of the provokes. You mean all of these were outside of the range of PKP's Wind Dervishes, but yeah, as we said before, it looks like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, gigantic board. Inner Oasis really helps keep everything together. This Pyromancer did so much, and it's a free card. You can just add it to your deck. It's great.
I was really surprised when I saw the decklist and I saw that there is no Magmar, which has 2 mana and Plasma Storm. So when looking at the... Oh, Hyperion Climb is huge here, but is this enough?
Well, it's enough to buy at least one more turn, because these start regenerating, and the kill on the Ka is pretty nice. Even being able to top up these minions is pretty good.
Wow, this is incredible turn actually, and it looks like there is no other Kanumka right now in the hand. The Portal Guardians seem a little bit slow right now. Is it lethal? There is one Fireblaze Obelisk. It looks like it's not. I believe that PKP better than anyone is able to calculate it. He just throws all of the Portal Guardians, and we will have one more turn for Rocken. You know, I was already talking about Magmors, about other scenarios, but it looks like we are still in the game. Now there is this Tempest, there are 2 Martyrdoms, there is some Provoke, but again, even if this is... available for Rocken, will he decide to move back in this position or just keep pushing?
The Pyromancer just keeps pinging away, and there's not even an option for 2 steps backwards because this Doomcaster is blocking the way. So this looks like the Death Grip. Let's see if there's any stylish ways to go down. Rocken just has a SGK and could heal up his opponent to full, but is going to opt to just hit the explode button. GG. PKP taking the series over Rocken. That was just the upper bracket though, so we'll be seeing some more of Rocken later. Gonna match against Vinbin right now. We've got 6 pairings now, and a lot of active games.
Okay, Tross, I'm letting you choose one right now. I feel like I was choosing all along.
We haven't seen any Vinbin, I think it is. Maybe we see Rocken Vinbin.
Yeah,
be our
definitely.
last chance to see
Definitely. Great idea.
Maybe this was a poor choice because they're currently not in game. Like Mez and Zan are in a game, and that's a higher stakes one. These guys are in it. Just giving Vin a second, but
yeah,
not launching that game. So do you want to check out Mez's game?
Yeah, I think we can go into Mez's game. I think they will you know, play out quite quickly, and then we can go back into Vinbin. Definitely, I want to see him on the stream. But Mizilji versus Zanaro, I will play Zanaro's point of view because incredible new member of the community. As I said before, I was glazing him over and over, and he plays almost all the common and basic cards. So guys, if you are starting in Blitz, everything is possible. You can win with the world champion Mizilji if you just you know, keep playing very well positionally.
Yeah, a lot of these little deck lists are really easy to copy. I've definitely got some inspirations. I have to hit up the deck builder at some point. But yeah, we can see that Mezilji's got a couple Fireblaze Obelisks hanging out at the bottom. Interesting positioning on these. These can kind of reach everywhere, and they're out of the way of everything. General healths are down to about half. We have our first appearance of crossbows, the hard answer to anything with ranged. And there's been a couple of ranged units already, so this thing could find some kills. Mez finding himself pinned by this random shield master back here. I guess there were some Xanarov units that made it over here that are just like the remnants of it. Like this Portal Guardian being dispelled is pretty bothersome, but it gets at least a decent finish on the shield master and another Silverguard Knight to keep this position kind of sticky.
So interesting,
even though Mez
right?
has a gigantic board.
So
yeah,
interesting.
opting to not have a 3/6 and to just have this Provoker over here to summon more units to keep the distraction going.
This is actually perfect, trying to minimize the impact of the bottom side obelisks here, and it paid off, right? So
yeah,
it could have spawned one row higher, but it didn't. So Zanaro played his odds perfectly. Now he has 2 Tempests, and he's keeping them. It's not like in the game we saw before, when maybe Roken casted it a bit too early. He's keeping them, and it looks like it will have a great value in this turn.
Yeah, double Tempest, pretty explosive. We can see Mez's gigantic board is
what?
So squishy.
Wait, is it? No, he cannot go through the blast minion of Mezilji. I thought this will be lethal. It will be the craziest lethal I have ever seen in Lionar versus Vitruvian, but a little bit too far. Look at this Silverguard Knight. Starfire Scarab is blocking its way. If not this, with the Cyberspine Tiger, it will be over. But now we can opt for some clear or wait one more turn.
Yeah, I thought the Scarab positioning was a little funny at first, but it's so chunky. It's doing a lot of work here as a blocker. So it is time for Fast Cat. Fast Cat has been deployed. Bad deployment position. Xanarot, if he's wishing that there was an undo button. Now the cat is forced to like bite to do nothing. Oh no! Oh, Mez getting it. Xanaro tripping right at the finish line. Had his opponent down to 8 hit points ish.
I believe he.
Tempest. Like,
I believe he knew that he's 1 off or 2 damage off, and it was already too much for him to handle mentally.
Yeah, saw the 2-turn lethal and then flubbed it, and then just like that was it.
And as we have kind of predicted before going into this match, we will have time to return into Vinbin, and Vinbin is now in game.
Yeah, let's check out this side. We are in the lower bracket, so watch out for eliminations. These guys are playing for keeps. Vinbin's got those Mirage Masters. Any bomb that the enemy gets, this can turn into. Doesn't turn into your own stuff, but this might have some good hits. We'll see. It's probably turning into like a 2-mana thing, like a Silverguard Knight, and then you're getting behind on mana at that point. It's not great.
I have loaded both of the hands now. Excellent. To be visible on the... I mean, I do this every time, but it takes a while, you know, to add everyone from the second account as well and then spectate them. But yeah, as you said, the there is this Mirage Master. It's not a very commonly used card in Blitz, but maybe it's good. We'll see.
Yeah, it's only as good as your opponent's cards. So if you're fighting against an MR healer or whatever, that's awesome. But against Rockin, it's gonna be like, I'm still thinking the 3-6 provoke, but we'll see. Maybe something spicier gets snapped or something with a buff, because it does retain buffs. It'll just copy them.
Okay. But now all of these minions they were for a second out of position, but now they are in the position, and Tempest is played just to clear that Pyromancer. I think Vinbin could be a bit happy about that, but now he will have to step a little bit back. I think these 2 Zeal minions are too scary to hang around.
Yeah, although this did so much damage to Rockin's board, we saw what Runaway Pyromancer did last game. It's good to just get that off the table right away, because it's not like Vinbin can answer with any pings. And the Mirage Master actually made worse by the Tempest, because all of the targets are squishier. So gonna have to rely on obelisks.
2 obelisks would be fine, but it's not a perfect turn. Also, Mirage Master is not perfect. Well, he decides to play one of the obelisks forward. Second one, not in the range of all the minions, although if Rockin repositions to the diagonally down, it can be hit by Silverguard Knight, yeah.
Yeah, these obelisks are both destroyed, because the Windblade takes 2 steps up, takes a hit, and then the General does the diagonal step to turn on the bottom Zeal, and then both obelisks just kind of crumble. I really would have preferred these 2 obelisks placed to the right of Vinbin. That way they wouldn't have been easily cleared. But as is, Vinbin is inviting the double destruction. If Rockin sees it, that would be a real good line of play.
Oh yeah, I think he sees it, and actually, I loaded 2 hands of the same player, so I'll change this real quick. But all you have to see right now is how Rockin is dominating, and he doesn't clear the Fireblaze Obelisk, but it's pretty low.
Right, yeah, I only had 5 damage. Able to do basically enough. It's pretty strong. Wind Dervish is here. There's nothing good to copy, so Mirage gets thrown back. And we got the Pyromancer in the corner to maybe see some value, but it's going to get overwhelmed here pretty quickly. And some Primo removal here. Usually the Suntide Maiden's hard to get away, but just completely vaporized by the Entropic Decay.
Okay, and now maybe it gets interesting. Okay, he dumped all his hand, so all his hand is gone.
Yep.
What is left? Well, it depends on what kind of curve Vinbin has in his deck, and we see that these cards are definitely not what he wanted. He wanted anything that is above 3 mana, but he's not getting it. But now, well, Rockin has this 1/4. He can reach the Pyromancer. And now any strong minion will make a lot of trouble to Vinbin, and it looks like 1 will be dropped.
Boom! Ironcliff Guardian dropped in such a position that it cannot be easily dispelled. Although we see a Siphon Energy here to easily dispel it. But that's like a cost of a card. Down to 0 cards in hand again. Vinbin only able to do like fractions of turns at this point. Only able to spend a single point of mana.
Definitely running out of cards right now. There are no first wishes in the deck list, I believe. Vitruvian players have more or less dropped the first wish after it started to draw a card after turn ends. Would be maybe helpful, maybe not. Maybe there was no even a way to use it in this matchup. But remember, this is the best of 3, so guys, if you are now in the Twitch chat, please write who do you cheer for, Vinbin or Rockin, and remember that the loser will be dropped out of the tournament. I think Rockin has a lot of friends here in the chat, so probably they will vote for him, but if anyone likes or knows Vinbin, please let us know.
Let's go rockin'. Ba 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 ba.
Let's go, Vin Bin, bum 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 bum.
I gotta cheer for Rockin', having been yeeted from the tournament, but like brought back in thanks to some fancy TO stitchery, rebuilding the bracket with the same matches, but giving him the bye. That was some pretty good stuff. And Vin just playing out anything that could be here. We got Sand Howler plus Dunecaster, and the Sand Howler has that untargetable ability, Shroud.
Yeah.
It's only
call
enemy
it-
spells,
yeah.
so it's
Shroud.
like the magic equivalent of it's like hexproof.
And well, all the
Yeah.
Vin Bin does is just throws whatever cards he has. There is not much choice. I mean, he probably replaces the cheapest one. What, that Drybound Golem? Hello!
Good
Maybe you need this card, Vin Bin.
We saw this actually in Tournament 2. It was a really funny counter to the Apex deck because Apex was summoning this. But here it is. Drybone Golem still terrorizing tournaments. You never would have thought this. This is like a card that you'd think like is suitable for bots only or whatever, but no, it's like it does an impression of a World Core Golem. It's nice.
He tries to escape from it. Now, okay, he doesn't replace anything. So is this enough? Actually, 5 health on a provoking wind. Sand Howler, sorry, not wind. Not everything is wind in Vetruvian, apparently. I think maybe this is enough, but there are a lot of spells in hand of Rockin.
Yeah, Rockin' just going in immediately. Holy Immo, only targetable on a damaged minion. That's a change from OG that you have to be aware of. But yeah, that opens the way for Golem to just hit for 12.
Ooh, what a huge hit! I think I never saw a dry bone golem lethal in a tournament. And first game goes to Rockin.
That's why Rockin' is the most Rockin'. Game number 2, they are in the queue.
We are in the game as well. So guys, I hope you all said who you're cheering for, because now there is no turning back. Vin Bin is now as the player 1, and this is a completely different story because he has a lot of low curve cards. He has obelisks, and if he starts to steamroll this situation, well, he can get the draw in the set.
I don't know about Lava Storm in the front. This seems like it's inviting your opponent to just come in for some hits. It's a good play overall to get the Pyro and the Lava Storm down, but I would have backlined this Lava Storm just a little bit more. But hey, its Dervishes are going to be relevant and could potentially snag these mana tiles.
Can snag the... I mean, can snag the mana tiles. A bit awkward thing is that Vin Bin cannot go 2 steps forward horizontally.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't have to. Maybe. I mean, if it was planted diagonally, he could for sure reach at least one of the tiles. But now he has 1 Dervish. It will not finish his enemy, it seems.
Yeah, he gets 1 turn with this Lava Obelisk before it can be taken down. Unless there can be some serious distraction. Like, maybe this these other things get hit instead. Well, this is a kind of strategy. You just frontline a bunch of stuff. And the Dunecaster is making it look pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah. Vin Bin with a spicy opener.
So this is one of the positional disadvantages of current Zeal. So Rockin opted for a reach for his next turn, but it didn't pay off. And now he's in big trouble, and he already, I think, remembers his matches with, who was it, Mezelji, I think, or PKP, some of the Vitruvians that really rolled over him.
Yeah, the entire hand is all provoke stuff. Needs to be sure to not put a unit in the same row as this Lava Obelisk. We're seeing a unit get put in the row 3.
Ah!
Okay, that had to catch someone at some point. This Lava Storm Obelisk has text, y'all. Be sure to read this dangerous card.
It hurts, because, well, maybe 1 mana doesn't hurt that much, but losing 1 card is really big. He has some big minions, and I think he will just drop the 310 no matter what, because he's really low on cards, and maybe replace some of the cheaper ones.
Pyromancer taking a single step up. I really would have expected it to take 2 steps right, so it could have blasted downwards, but Bin instead valuing that position for this obelisk, and now the Pyromancer could snipe from behind it if needed. So many obelisks.
Vinbin is dominating. I mean, Rokan is not locked in this position, but you know, the Pyromancer takes a little bit round trip to start attacking from the up of the screen, from the top of the screen. It looks like it doesn't matter. So 3 obelisks are active for Vinbin. It looks scary.
Game over. There's pretty much no beating that. This Ironcliff Guardian can soak up a little bit of damage, but there is so much. The only thing that Rokan has going for him is a Fireblaze Obelisk is now, because that's the nastiest of the obelisks.
Oh, definitely. Still, there is a potential that you know, Rokan will even forget about Lava Storm Obelisk, and also look how his movement is limited. He basically had to go 2 steps to the right. There was no other way. He cannot approach Lava Storm Obelisk. You know, he would have to go diagonally and maybe get hit by it. I mean, there is no way he will get ever close to all of these obelisks, and there is, I think, no AoE Dispel in his deck.
A Lightbender would be so nice to take out all these obelisks. Turns off the keyword on Pyromancer. But none of that. Instead, it's the Kanam Ka hour. Able to take out any of these threats. All the backline obelisks suddenly have a lot of value.
I see 1 chance for Rogan here. So if he backlines properly, survives 1 or 2 turns here, he can now block the Kanam Ka with the Rock Pulverizer, I believe. And maybe have some miracle Divine Bones turn where he, you know, deals enough damage to enemy general. Vinbin has just to stay in this position or even go 1 step backwards to not get surprised by his enemy.
So the Silverguard Knight actually is pretty conveniently placed for taking out Kanam Ka, and there is a Martyrdom to chunk away at least 1 of these obelisks. So getting a little bit of progress here seems all right. First Sword of Ukraine is making its first appearance. No, it's not. Never mind. But maybe next turn. Froggen wants to pump up his whole squad by +1. But there's not going to be many units left. Since there isn't a lethal, we're going to be seeing focus on a clear. Able to push a little damage in the progress. This Pyromancer could have done so much damage by now if it just went to the right immediately and just like kited rocking around. But only now it's getting a pretty nice buff. We've got a Cosmic Flesh thrown onto the Pyromancer to make it really dangerous. And a Starfire Scarab right next to it to put Rockin on the clock.
Rockin definitely on the clock. Okay, he replaces the possibility to buff all of his 3 minions. Well, he had to draw something to maybe get rid of this Starfire Scarab, but now he has only some provokes.
Yeah, that still buys a turn because the provoke can be placed right in his face, which turns off both of these blast minions, and it's going to take a lot of luck for the obelisks to get in there.
Let's remind our viewers that this is 1-0 right now for Rockin. So it's weird to say, but it's maybe okay to lose this one. Definitely would be an amazing comeback if he comes back. Decides to delete the Lava Storm Obelisk, and this kind of positional play is amazing. But he's forced to play the Silverguard Knight horizontally.
Yeah, some people might look at the game and think that playing into Lava Storm Obelisk and losing a unit for free was the end of the game, but maybe the bigger turn was turn 1 Tempest. If it was a turn 2 Tempest, it could have snagged this Pyromancer right here. Maybe there was some consideration for sandbagging a turn to let your opponent build out, but I guess that's kind of counterintuitive. It's pretty tricky at that point to navigate.
I believe Lionel players just hate the inner oasis, and whenever they see any target for Tempest, they just delete it. He cannot move with that Pyromancer, even though he tried.
It is so funny seeing the move arrows when someone is provoked or like illegal attack. It's like, no, you can't do that.
Definitely
Was
cannot
planning
do
for it
that.
all along because had the Siphon Energy in the pocket, which has unlimited range. This is some primo Vitruvian spell right here.
And Rocken has a lot of puzzles to solve in this game, because basically going around all of the blast threads and trying to clear the obelisk must be crazy difficult work to do. And now it's very nice that he has that Regalia. Maybe he can use it. It's a 6 mana turn, and Winbin, as previously, is running out of cards, but maybe he doesn't need more cards. 5 health on Rocken.
Yeah, 5 health is pretty easy to chunk through. With this Fireblaze Obelisk, these dervishes are going to be two-shotting his own general. So I guess healing up the opponent is the protocol, using a Martyrdom to take out this extremely dangerous obelisk. And then just kind of has a couple shitters, is able to at least get the Zeal functioning for Silverguard Knight, and can push damage with the Regalia.
Oh, did he manage to attack the... No, he did not, but yeah, because he couldn't. Maybe that's why. He couldn't attack the Starfire Scarab because he's being provoked. But Pyromancer can go down, can deal 3 damage, but Wind Dervish cannot.
Can't attack. We got this Silverguard that's complicating the lethal.
And also Regalia, so we can see there is a
Yeah.
Dispel in the hand of Winbin, and he's slowly running out of cards. I don't think there is any good minion to even mirror here with the Mirage Master. It looks like it's not lethal yet, and it makes it very spicy in the end.
It's Pyromancer doing a diagonal blast. You don't usually see those. Doesn't actually blast diagonally, but it's got the graphic for it, so it looks cool. I think only Origins figured out the diagonal blast.
Oh yeah, definitely a cool feature. So this is not the best clear, I think. Let's see what he replaces for. This is not the
First
best.
Sword, which is only good if there's like a board, and a Suntide, which does not provoke. Regalia number 2 actually looks like the best.
Now, will it be the enemy general or will it be the obelisk? There are 2 choices here, and actually if he places Maiden diagonally, he could maybe block off the spawns, but he decides not to. Suntide Maiden will be played just behind the enemy general.
Yep, this is just here as a kind of a distraction to get the attacks over there. It's also blocking the attack angle of this Wind Dervish, which otherwise had a lucky spawn, so pretty big.
This is really big. Although this hit for 6 into enemy general would be also really helpful.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just Rocken's, Rocken's choice.
Winbin is in need of some Rash's curses.
He has now a bit more cards, so he didn't use any of them in the previous turn. Now he has the Mirage Master. Not a bad threat to Mirage, to mirror, and well, he has that Zeal, and the Zeal seems to be active now.
Yep. Pretty good reversal here. Been able to reassert and get back on the board. Able to get rid of one of these Regalia pips.
It can be cleared by just an attack of Rocken, the Suntide Maiden now. And he still has a Martyrdom. Will he opt for a stronger turn, or
your own unit? But that's kind of a desperation heal. There's not a lot going on. Maybe the Windblade Adept gets replaced here, and Tempest takes out the Pyro, which is not nothing.
but also damages the Regalia.
No, it doesn't. Regalia actually shrugs off. So the trick there
Yeah,
would actually be to
it
not
does,
attack.
but I think he wants to use his general attack to kill the Suntide Maiden, and then it damages it, right?
I guess, yeah. Suntide Maiden is higher value than
Ooh!
Snapmaster.
So he doesn't care, it looks like. Okay.
Go to 1. What, single hit point left?
He wants to be in a, you know, highlight reel of our tournament, I believe.
Yeah, this would be a sick way to win. Because we have the first Sword of a Crane here, but check it out. Bone Swarm, that shreds the Regalia damage reduction, and now what? You got another Bone Swarm? No.
How about the attack of the general? Is it not enough?
It would only chunk the second Regalia, because one of the Regalias was chunked. I don't know if 2 damage is going to go through both of them.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know.
Kind of it's a mechanics check at that point.
He could just... I believe he could just attack with the general.
Hits
Really?
for 6, and then could force a draw. No, not even. No, I think Vinbin has too much of a lead. The Primus Shield Master is pretty nice for the board, but these 2 obelisks are placed in such a spot that it's just so hard to account for them. And the Tempest is kind of medium. Like maybe Tempest to just get rid of this 3/2 and to put a Provoke somewhere up close. Also, a Healing Mystic is looking pretty nice right about now. Rocking could triple his health.
Oh, it looks like he's getting back the control, guys. I think the comeback is real, although I really think there was a misplay. There was a lethal for Vinbin, but we have to forget about this right now. This is surely an epic comeback by Rocken. 2 Regalia still active, and it's making a whole world of trouble for Vinbin.
Rocken bouncing back from the Door of Death, able to deal some death of his own from the looks of it.
But even now, wait!
Is it lethal?
He has it!
Hold up.
Right? If he hits with the general and 2 dervishes, come on, Vinbin, you can do it! No, not running away!
It's not seeing the lethal this turn. Well, I guess that's one for the lethal puzzles book.
Definitely, but you see, even we were kind of confused about if the Regalias can be taken down this way, like if they get hit 1 by 1, but I believe one of the dervish hits would take off of the Regalia shield, both of them, and this is the lethal for Rocken! Good game, Rocken comes back from the dead and wins this game 2-0.
Yeah, not allowing the Seers to get tied up, goes down to 1 hit point, completely outboarded, but gets back into it. Regalia's his way back in. Some very particular play and able to navigate the maze of obelisks. Let's go rockin'.
Vinbin
pretty sick.
Vinbin unfortunately ends the tournament right here. Thanks so much, Vinbin. Obviously, everyone who has participated is getting the diamonds for participation, so you know, it will be all given out. Thank you all who are dropped out, but we are moving forward. We are never stopping, because in our next matches there will be a crucial matches for our prizes. Prizes are $180 for first place, $90 for second place, $30 for third place, not mentioning the huge amount of diamonds that we are giving out.
Yeah, I'll be able to get all those fancy general skins, get some MK2 sprites. That works. Or I guess people could waste their gems buying like battlefields and stuff like that. I don't know what's with that. Well, let's see. As for active games, we've got Cosmic and PKP up in the upper bracket. They are playing to see who faces Mez, to see who goes to the finals. It's the only active game right now. Although there should be a couple other series. Sabini is actually waiting for Rockin', so that's going to be a match.
Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe we could see one more Rockin' game, but it will be again the Petruvian versus Lionar, you know? But we have to see Subini before she drops out.
We gotta see Sabini.
Yeah, it was she's really, you know, the last player that we didn't
Currently
cast.
LA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hopefully, Subini gets here in less than 10 minutes. Because that's the mercy window we're giving people.
And again, so sad news for all the Songhai fans that Incognito had to drop out of the tournament due to connection issues. We hope to see him next tournament, although, honestly, he was not the favorite in my eyes.
You don't think so? I'm a big Incog fan, but I think you were saying PKP was the favorite.
PKP really in the meta, right? So meta evolves, he's really ahead of it with all the Kanonka, all the obelisk spam. I think there is a way definitely to you know, control that deck as an opponent, but no one yet has done that because no one has that much experience. So he knew that this is the best meta right now, and he just applied it. And also Cosmic, I believe, is playing a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, Cosmic also playing. We've got a number of games that are just spilling off. Do you want to jump into any of these? We've got Shattered Glass, PKP, Cosmic, and Akulit all playing.
Let me refresh for our viewers the bracket. So
actually, Sabini should be here any second now. Oh, is now online. All right, maybe we got a Sabini game coming up.
Okay, let's wait for it a few seconds more, and now viewers can see our bracket. What is interesting here is that some players have been eliminated here. Oh, Showerglass wins 2-0 against Galavanticus. I think he choked a little bit in the tournament, one of the most active players in Blades. Kishin is out 0-2 against Akulit. Akulit moving forward, playing against Showerglass. And yeah, how is Subini doing? Subini
currently online.
Online. Yes, because Incognito has left, please play against Subini. Okay, they're in queue.
Yes, indeed. It is time for Rockin' versus Subini. This seems to be the most common matchup that we're seeing today, but it's yellow versus orange.
Yep, so all the viewers are already familiar to this matchup. We can see if there is any different flavor that Subini brings to the table. She played a lot when the game has just been released, so definitely has some good cards there, because also participating in every Bloodtear Cup actually. So we are very thankful for that. And also in this one, I love that in Duelist 2, she always played that one of cards that could really surprise the opponent. We'll see if that's the case now. And oh, there is the Wind Strike that I stopped seeing in this edition.
You don't see anyone running Wind Strike anymore?
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to shrine. Wind Strike's actually quite nice. I've been liking it a lot, just for a little bit of extra card draw. And being able to plant damage anywhere. It doesn't count as a Dervish, so it's not like you're buffing it with Third Wish, but I like it a bunch. It does fall victim to Tempest, but at least Subini is not falling behind in cards. Rockin' has this Windblade Adept way out far forward, so it only has one attack instead of its usual 5, which is a pretty gigantic difference. It's a little harder to play with these Blade Adepts. They used to be pretty mindless. You just like had them diagonally forward in front of your general and didn't think about it. But yeah, there's only room for 2 Zeal minions per turn.
Yep, so it looks like Rockin cannot catch his own minions in the front. They're very eager to fight. And Subini can place her Obelisk, but you know, it has to be vulnerable, I believe, to the Silverguard Knight, because putting it in the corner is kind of
fine in the corner.
It is kind of, I would say, vulnerable to blocking it off, right?
It's easy to block it at this point, but it's still better to have it not wailed on because otherwise it disappears one turn quicker. But it might not make a difference if it just gets immediately plugged up because all it takes is 2 minions. But instead, we're seeing the Martyrdom throwing these cards down now while the enemy general's at full health.
I have this sense right now of Lionars that when I see Martyrdom in this version, I don't feel like it's necessarily, you know, a perfect answer always. Like, it's not the case anymore.
Yeah, you're not blitzing with this card. Yeah, it's like an anti-blitz card because you're going slower, you're giving your opponent more health. You're basically pushing your lethal further out of reach if you're going for any kind of timing attack or quick kill.
Yeah, I think that's very accurate take. That's exactly what I was feeling. And Subini again has only the possible placements of the obelisks. I don't know, behind her, in the corner again. Is starting to get pretty rough, and it looks like Rocken said, "Hey guys, wait for me," and he will get the zeal effects active in the next turn.
Yeah, next turn looks pretty explosive for Rocken. You take a diagonal step, 2 zeals turn online. A ton of damage gets pushed. Sabini's response is to use a silence to preemptively stop this Windblade Adept from hitting for 5. Even like the other option would be to cancel the provoke, but that's only denying 2 attack power. So turning off the Windblade Adept, pretty reasonable. I like it.
Makes sense. Give her more time, but no dervishes will be spawned. No dervishes will be spawned.
Yeah. Even with just the stuff that's on board, Rocken can position a place to just completely invalidate both of these dervishes.
That's what he's doing right now. There is no War Surge or anything like super crazy, but the Holy Immolation is very juicy.
Yup. Huge. Pushing 12 damage, in a sense. And Sabini down to possibly just a few more turns to live and not much space to work with.
Locked in, and it looks like the Silverguard Knight doesn't even need the Zeal effect at all. It's good as it is. And well,
most of Sabini's hand is just dead. Like,
yeah, it's completely dead. It looks on paper like the third wish is so strong, legendary card, you know, it can make a whole lot of difference. But guys, just play like Rocken. Just move forward, 1 Martyrdom on the way, lock the opponent in. Don't even care about the Zeal effect, just throw the provokes all over the enemy and that's enough.
Yeah, you only get +3, +2 with the third wish. What a scam.
Yep, it has it was scammed a little bit in the meanwhile. That looks reasonable. Everyone was running third wish. I mean, everyone who had the money for it. So I didn't want really to be, you know, like a pay to win card. Like too much. Okay, this is still Blitz, but not too much of a pay to win. So yeah, but 6-3, is it scary for Rocken or not?
This is pretty dangerous. Like, Rocken needs to reassess this lethal that he's got, that it's actually a lethal, and it's not actually looking like it. Like, the Silverguard can hit for 3, and everything else other than this Windblade hits for 2. It's just not enough. So, Rocken gonna have to take a step back and fight for the board, and be sure to plug up the tile that this unit just stepped from.
Troz. Oh. I think Rocken needs to teach you a lesson, because Divine Bond will be enough.
I'm only looking at Sabini's hand. If I saw a bond, it'd be like, all right, well, you just.
Okay, I see. That's even.
Rocken wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the double hand technology because you've got.
Yeah, right.
Double spectators, or is that like an option you can?
Yeah, that's a natural response. I like it, even if you don't know. I prefer it. You know, there is this surprise element, but it's 1-0. Yeah.
Well, is there a setting to turn on both hands? How do you see them both?
You need to ask the developer about that.
Hey Dev, I only have one hand view.
Yeah, maybe in another version, in the next versions, we'll think about that. Now Rocken dominating Subini. So yeah, this movement was almost enough to make a lethal, I believe, but with Divine Bond it was definitely way over this the health bar that Subini had.
Yeah, SGKs have 6 health these days, and generals only have 20 hit points, so the ratios are definitely in Lionar's favor there for ending a game pretty quickly with that. Game number 2 between Rockin and Sabini. Rockin currently up 1-0.
We have seen a lot of Rockin first-person view, so we are looking at Subini once again in this match. Let's see how can she survive this early push. And again, Rockin is player 1. It looks like as player 1 he's unstoppable.
Player 1 OP. Look at that mana that they've got right in front of their face. Although I guess there's a trade-off of the other 2 mana are benefiting P2, so maybe player 2 is benefiting more from the map change. It's hard to say. Definitely changes up the openers a bunch though.
It is tricky, but now this Fireblaze Obelisk has a lot of space, you know, it's not too offensive positioning. I think there is one Kanunka in the deck of Subini, but it's good enough, you know, it's not getting blocked anytime soon. But Martyrdom.
Perfect answer. Marty is definitely what was needed here because these Fireblazes are one of the better cards in the deck, and they combo with these Orb Weavers really well. Although Orb Weavers just getting swept off the table.
Okay,
Another turn 1 Tempest. People just cannot help themselves. I feel like Tempest is like a turn 2 thing a lot of the time because we can see that we got more Orb Weavers coming. But I guess didn't want to get wailed on by the Orb Weavers that were out. So this seems good. Doesn't fall behind in health.
Yeah, I think really this Inner Oasis threat is getting over people's mind. It's really hard to deal with Inner Oasis minions. And well, Subini has lost a lot of cards.
Yeah, gonna need to find one of those Inner Oases to get these Orb Weavers up, because otherwise they just fall over to anything. Tempests are preying on them, or even just a general hit.
She's moving forward. Sorry, I interrupted you. I just saw the draw of Subini and I felt like this is not bad. This is tragic. This is
this is garbage.
This is garbage.
It's all column B and none of column A. Like where are the threats? Where are the things that drop these buffs on?
Looks like there are too many spells in the deck list.
The Rasha's Curse is going to be held on to though, because as soon as a Regalia shows up, it's the perfect counter.
But not this turn. Silverguard Knight on the board again. Rockin doesn't care that it is horizontally. There was no another choice to do that. So maybe more like clever positioning from Subini, but I would rather say that it just turned out this way.
I would have rather had the SGK above the general for the extra 2 attack. That way Sag has to go for the Rock Pulverizer, because as is, you're going to probably see Subini wail on the Silverguard Knight just to whittle it down. Maybe. The Orb Weaver could finish it off with the Dunecaster, so there's real potential in that plan.
Oh, she's going for it. She's just using anything.
On that? Yeah. Oh no, it's put way down here. Huh? Because Wind Dervish can't hit the Silverguard Knight. I guess the Knight just gets turned off and the focus goes on Rocky.
She's just throwing everything just to get back in this game, you know? There are some points in game like that. Like I love it when I'm sorry for like like talking about myself, but when I play sometimes tournament as Songhai, I see people say, "Oh, he dumped his hand and now he's losing." No, basically the hand is dumped when the game is practically over, and you know it by your state of the deck list and your experience, and you know that it's over and it's absolutely the last thing you wanna do, but you have to do it, and it feels like it was the last thing to do by Subini.
Yeah, you don't want to be the guy that's caught with 6 cards in hand when there's like everything on the table already for your opponent.
Oh, and this Holy Immolation.
Excellent clear. All these buffs gone. Sabini's last turn deleted. Huge progress here from Rockin.
Huge progress, and it looks like, you know, this composition of his cards, is really, really good. He tends to draw earlier more for spells, you know, for control spells. Then he, you know, shrinks it down with Tempest, and then he throws the big guys, the big provokes, the Zeal minions. The Rocky even, it looks big in this scenario because he's a very good target for Holy Immolation, and we have seen actually like incredibly big amount of a big number of situations where the Holy Immolation was used.
Yeah, it's got a. I'd say it's an interesting wrinkle. It feels a little more fair to play against, where you can't just throw it out. But yeah, it's once there's one of these units damaged, it just eats it, and then check it out. Dunecaster coming in, able to destroy this Healing Mystic. Could have also destroyed the Rock Pulverizer, but I guess prioritizing the larger attack minion to conserve this general health. But Rockin has the Divine Bond, has the damage.
Rockin with the really big hit again, similar ending as in the game before, although more in the center column. Subini was not locked down, but it doesn't matter. Silverguard Knight is enough to finish it. GG, 2-0 for Rockin, and he's not being eliminated, but we have to say goodbye to Subini for now, and probably see you soon in the next tournament.
Yeah, GG. See you next time, hopefully, and Rockin going on. Good call spectating this series, because we would have missed Subini entirely otherwise. We have a very high-stakes upper bracket match between PKP and Mez.
This is a banger,
one, right?
Yeah, we have to go immediately into this match. I just showed our viewers how the bracket looks like. And in lower bracket, we have Ecolid, Shadowglass, Rockin, Subini that has just finished. And PKP Mesolgy is definitely something we want to take a look at. And, excuse me?
They just wrapped up one of their matches. These guys had 2 matches already. Mez won
one match.
From the looks of it.
One match, and Mesolgy has won that one from what I see in PKP's match history. So 1-0 for Mesolgy, and we are going into the game number 2.
To nobody's surprise, it is orange versus yellow. We got the golden hues on display for this tournament. So much for the Apex decks making the comeback.
Yep, unfortunately, no Apex. I feel if Abra Kadani was here, maybe he would bring one.
Another turn 1 Tempest. Is this really the best opener?
Troz, you have to get the S rank to change the meta. Everyone will understand that. This is the only way.
Every time I climb up, I get percent. I gotta play some more, I guess.
What I'm looking at right now is to see... Okay, so the first match, PKP played Vitruvian. Now we have second game. PKP decided to check his older deck list, which is Lionar. We haven't seen that before.
Yeah. Let's see what PKP's got for us.
Okay, so what I was talking about with PKP, so PKP said about this deck list that it is more of a fatigue version, you know.
Yeah,
but the
I'm looking
Blitz,
at this top end.
Yeah,
he's running a Memovore.
Memovore. So anytime you guys
deck.
see the Memovore, it's basically already a fatigue deck. There is you don't need any other top end cards. Basically, it's always going to fatigue.
The Memovore. Well, we'll see what it does. There's some Mirror Imp. There's one Mirror Imp to keep the deck size a little bit larger than his opponents. Mez has a pretty strong position though. Portal Guardians here getting beefed up. The second Orb Weaver is down. This is why I've been thinking that Tempests should be saved like a turn, because like the second set of Orb Weavers are typically here. But I guess it gets thrown down because if you don't Tempest them immediately, they just get buffed up by Inner Oasis.
Yep. But there is this cheeky Decimate in PKP's hand. We will see if Mesolgy loses the contact with his general to the Portal Guardian.
Yeah, Mesolgy is going to need to really keep note of the deck list. And this movement kind of suggests that, so if your opponent's got a decimated all in their hands or in their deck, you gotta just play around it at all times, or just assume that it'll be lost. It actually ended up getting replaced, but it's still a threat nonetheless. That's the power of these cards in an open deck list. You can just throw in a card like Bone Shards or something, or anything that has particular positioning calling, and maybe you just get ahead that way because your opponent is taking these shallower steps trying to play around it. We got a large Tempest this turn, but we have a larger Portal Guardian that can't be dealt with.
One thing for sure, it's not easy to rush down PKP. He has this Emerald Rejuvenator, but he decides to use it offensively. He will have Sundrop Elixir, and after that, maybe even restore it with Twilight Sorcerer. I'm not sure what spells he has used already, but this is actually a very powerful combo. Mezilji knows it probably. He wants to control this deck to play safe, not drop all of these cards. He probably wants to be one step ahead of thinking what PKP can play, because this game looks like it's easy, but it's not when PKP tries to get back control in the late game.
So if you have a spell cast multiple times, that increases the likelihood Twilight Sorcerer hits it, right?
Yep.
So we have 2 Tempests that were cast, so there's a 2/3 chance that it'll pull out that, and the 1/3 chance it pulls out the Sundrop. But we have so much damage in PKP's face. Looks like there's only 1 turn left. Lightbender is gonna save the day.
Wow, the crucial Lightbender, like how does he do that?
This card's good.
Yep, and he can even reach the obelisk as well and heal himself. We'll see if he decides to do that. And he will not run out of the cards, it looks like, too soon, because he will have this Twilight Sorcerer, right? So
yeah,
it's very good you kept track of these cards. You remember about the Tempest being casted. So, okay, he replaces it. Yeah. And yeah, I think the spell is the choice.
Yep. Doesn't have a 6 mana turn to work with, so Marty has to wait for next turn. But it is pretty effective here to just destroy this Wind Dervish, turn off the Obelisk, and Portal Guardian now just piddly 1/2. It does have a base attack point, so even if it's dispelled, the Portal Guardian can still swing for a little bit, which is nice.
Definitely.
The trade-off is it doesn't have 8 hit points anymore. Down to 6.
And Mezilji is running out of cards.
Yep.
Inner Oasis will help with that. But still, curve looks rather low. What do you think about this
Inner Oasis?
Dunecaster?
I think it's awesome. If you Inner Oasis value goes up with how many minions you've got, and it had like 5 hits, 6 hits if you count the spelled obelisk, and that immediately allows Mez to just take a step forward, put PKP in jail, and none of these forward minions can be cleared in a hit anymore.
Yep.
Pretty incredible.
3 health on all of these minions. Now there is Alcuin. He can do double martyrdom or opt for Regalia. Oh, the Tempest will be helpful.
Needs 2 Tempests though. These things are too tanky. This does kick a lot of attack off the table, so it's certainly worth it, and it makes the Marty a lot better because Martyrdom is only going to be healing for 2 instead of 4, assuming this Wind Dervish is getting hit by it. So yeah, Tempest, even a Regalia can come out.
But I was thinking the Mezilji will run out of cards sooner, right? But it looks like PKP is completely empty, and now Mezilji has very cheap cards in hands. So I believe PKP will draw something more powerful on his draw.
How about average mana price of 0.5?
That's not what he was looking for.
Function.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the Miriam is targeting. I guess it's just help spice up anything that's good in any particular matchup. But yeah, it's,
maybe it's for Alcuin.
Maybe that's a nice one to get multiple copies of. It could even be for Memnovore to turn into the Mimivore.
I mean, Mimivore is definitely coming, but it is not coming right now, and maybe there will be not enough time. Let's remember it's already 1-0 for Mez, and the replace, it's not the best, it's not the best.
This does buy another turn, but it's kind of dumb. Like, these attackers The trick now is to not attack either of these minions, because otherwise they'd be able to swap themselves out. So only 3 squares to attack PKP from, and with 16 health, that means we get to see the namesake of the deck. Summon Surge. Look at that keyword.
Summon Surge, so it's being...
It's like Blood Surge for summons.
Yeah, exactly. When another minion is being summoned, then this keyword activates. So for all of you watching, I'm highlighting the card right now. When another minion will be summoned next to them, Nimivore doesn't actually run it by itself. It will burn 3 cards from opponent's deck. But look at the cards of PKP. I was wishing for more heavy cards earlier, but now it looks like he needs anything that will save him just right now.
Nimivore gets replaced, unfortunately, and there's a Sunriser hit, so that's cool. Sunriser getting to show off a little bit of power.
Yeah.
Helionar is not dead, y'all. Oh no! Emerald Rejuvenator first?
I think actually it heals,
why?
but it heals on the start of the turn.
Whatever
Right?
unit is healed. Oh yeah, right. I'm used to old style of Rejuve. This one actually even heals enemies.
Yes, so
Which is quite fancy.
it is definitely... Okay, there is the concede.
It's not enough.
PKP was locked in.
0. Our first finalist is Mezelgy.
Mezelgy, very convincing win, and even changing the deck list did not help for PKP. 2-0. Let's see how the bracket looks like very quickly. And maybe quickly switch to some game in the lower bracket. I see Cosmic versus Shatterglass. Let's see what's the score right now.
Yep, they're in queue right now. They are just starting.
Okay, and this is the first match that they are having.
Cool. All right. So Cosmic, known streamer versus Shattered Glass, known enjoyer of Vitruvian Artifact, which is actually not what was brought.
Yeah, I'm
So
not...
have some Vanar. Here's this weird Sand Burrower. This thing is a menace in DGG where it has like a stun effect, but here it has some pretty sick stats. Like 2-5 for 1 is a real good deal. But
And he uses your
yeah.
emote.
That's excellent. Maybe
Okay.
I've become an infectious influence. That's like the one cosmetic I grabbed was that emote.
Yeah, it looks great, and Shattered. Well, as you said, very well-known player, also a streamer actually, but not that often as Cosmic. Cosmic is definitely a breath of fresh air for all duelists, so it's good to have him. And for me, the greatest breath of fresh air, like the freshest air ever, is to finally see Vanar in our stream.
Yeah, it's the Vanar player.
Yeah.
It's the rarest faction we've got in the tournament. Because the dinosaurs went extinct when we took away their funny Apex card.
Yeah, unfortunately. Everyone wishes right now in the chat probably for Apex to be back, right? Right?
Apex on all squares. Well, Apex does exist technically. It's like the squares in front and behind you, I think it is.
Yes,
But,
yes. It involves some more thinking for both caster and the defender. You know, I
Yeah.
think it's still strong.
Yeah, it's good when you can get like some dank nemesis out, but we got quite the ice jail happening here. Blazing spines erupting all around the Silverguard Knight. Cosmic gonna lose his opening unit to some tokens here.
He has the Tempest, and it means also that the very crucial jail card, this Snow Chaser, will not return to hand for Shatterglass.
Yep. This is the one turn to take out Snow Chaser, so it's worth blowing the Tempest for, because otherwise Snowy is going to be around every turn.
I think Cosmic knows what he's doing. Will he decide to clear the wall? It hits for a lot of damage, but he has no choice because
Yeah.
he will get hit by it if he doesn't do that.
Yeah, it's if you can kill an enemy on your turn, it's generally worthwhile doing it so the enemy doesn't have the choice of what to do with it. Because you generally have to assume that they're gonna like healing Mystic it back up or get some nasty value with it, and is able to control the situation just by chunking away at these blazing spines.
Now,
And, this was a pretty nice spell. We got a War Surge to top off the turn. It's like Kara's BBS, +1's the squad. Check out this 0 mana, 0/5 provoke.
so the key here is to have those Snow Chasers getting back to hand, and I think he achieved what he was wishing for. There is a Tempest again! Like, I want to say, like, come on. Like, this
Tempest,
is...
yeah. Well, actually, Tempest makes both of the Sand Burrowers jump away and puts both the Snow Chasers back in hand.
Yes,
So
and,
Shattered Glass goes to 6 cards in hand.
and he will escape from the jail, Troz.
Yes.
So the point of this deck, this is the jail deck by Shattered Glass. He has a lot of this kind of stuff that all he wants to do is make you stick on the infiltrated side, so the starting side of the battlefield. It's not gonna happen. So Tempest and clear of the Swamp Entangler is enough to move away from it, and the Shattered Glass looks like he will be running out of cards very soon.
Yeah, this is well, I mean, Shattered Glass went up to 6 cards in hand.
Maybe.
But yeah, ran out of cards on the board for sure. Cosmic with quite the tempo advantage, similar health, but with 2+ creatures.
Yep. Actually, I'm surprised the Cosmic is so low, you know? He had to clear some of those minions with his general, so 11 health. Maybe this is helpful. And now Voice of the Wind, and this is very helpful to have so many minions, and he will use them all, I believe. This is the time to take control of this game.
This is huge. This makes sense. Like, now I understand what's going on with all these recursive minions that jump back into the hand. It's to give this Voice of the Wind a huge play.
Wow,
This thing just RFs out units.
Completely pops off right now, Shattered Glass, but
Huge.
I don't want to repeat myself, guys. I don't want to, but there is a Tempest again.
A Tempest is in the hand. The third Tempest. This is the last Tempest. Instantly thrown off. Tempest number 3.
Oh, this has to be
many
depressing.
minions
I'm serious. Like
Yeah,
this is.
Shattered Glass did so well. And had it pump up. Like, this popped off multiple times. But all it took was, like, running Tempests. And Linar is still in the lead.
Every turn, one Tempest being drawn by Cosmic. I mean, this is also incredible skill in his deck building. But I don't know how to approach the next game as Shattered, you know? Actually, it looked like it's a better deck list, right?
There's a full grip here of cards, so we could potentially see enough put in the way that some space can be created. Still leading with these Sand Burrowers. They're only 1 mana, so you might as well. You have to do 5 damage to them at once to actually kill them, and that doesn't come up in Lionar, because they just do damage in form of, like, 4 or less. You need, like, a double Regalia.
Okay, Chromatic Cold.
Takes out the Pure Blade Enforcer, or at least turns off its awesome text box.
Is it possible that still he can win this? Like, okay, there will be no next Tempest. There will be no next Tempest.
That's the thing. If a 4th Tempest happened, of course it's impossible, but that's it. We know for sure that AoE option is offline.
Yeah, he slows the enemy down. I hope that Cosmic doesn't forget it, because he's very crucial with his positioning. What would you kill here first? I don't know if he can get out of this.
You gotta go for the Snowies, both Snowies. So Lightbender is going to be killing one of them, or rather turning off their recursive text, because you don't want to actually dispel the Sand Burrower, because that lets them stick around, and then they become real threats. But yeah, both of these Snow Chasers can get kicked off the table, and then Shattered Glass, only with 2 cards in hand. Same as Cosmic, but we'll see what comes out. We're probably seeing both cards being played here.
It's getting tricky because he cannot move 2 tiles away. He was thinking for a second he can move, but he cannot.
What? Yeah, I thought his general was going to go down.
And
going to the center tile with his general. What? That's just it.
No, he didn't move at all. Is that true? He doesn't have. He doesn't know how to move in the snow. All the snow is in his face, you know. And maybe he's not from Canada. Maybe he doesn't know what's the feeling like. And it looks like the 2 Primal Fists will be way enough to finish Cosmic.
Yep. Got blinded by the snow. Didn't have the the glasses for it. Got a little blown up. But yeah, that.
I think Cosmic is not
I'm
even
not
from
convinced
our
of that.
planet, right? Because, you know, of his nickname. So,
He's from the cosmos, right?
yeah, that's why he didn't know. Maybe there is no such, how do you call it? A natural,
There's no naturally occurring glass up there to learn about how you can get shattered by it.
okay. We can leave it this way, There is no snow
we got
on wherever
game
he's
two.
from in, yeah, game number 2. Let's see the Shattered Hand
Interesting.
now in the first view.
Cosmic opting to roll with the Skarzig style. So gonna melt that snow.
Whoa.
Skarzig turns into, I think it's a 4/8 celerity. And this is one of those pay to win cards. Is if you can get 3 of these, they get better in multiples. There's just like 1 or 2, it's kind of sketch. But I can see that there are a full grip of 3. Cosmic's got the full set, so pretty OP to have 3 legendaries. Didn't this guy just start? How's that work? I don't even have 3 legendary. But yeah, we've got pretty sick spam. Sandburrowers here. Snow Chasers in the way.
I think
Kashar Fanblade is
the
the
Lioner
one.
deck of Cosmic was pretty good against what Shattered is playing, but
Maybe wanted to have some Keshrai Fanblades instead to shut down all the walls and such.
okay, this Snow Chaser, it actually will return to the hand because I forgot that tiles that we are seeing, they are actually one position to the right from the center, so it will get back. And
I
yet,
missed the mana marking the center, but that's not true anymore.
not true
That was actually
anymore.
infiltrated.
And Shattered Glass is starting to jail his enemy. Now, does Cosmic run any teleports?
Need teleport, need ghost lightning, need some particular things. This is pretty dangerous. Shattered Glass showing everybody the power of Anar. If a single Razorback shows up, it's all over.
I don't think Shattered runs Razorback. I think he wants to just jail
there's 2
over and
copies.
over the enemy. Oh, there is, okay. Makes
Yeah, we got
sense.
2 Razorbacks. The Voice of the Wind we saw earlier is a one of. Makes sense given its rarity. Well, it's not often that Skarzig pops off, and this game looks like it's not going to be one of those, so... Gonna have to deal with this Chakra Avatar.
Decides to run
And-
Cryogenesis, maybe for some cheap Snow Chaser. Third Snow Chaser on the board. Yet, it is.
Yeah. So many Snow Chasers.
Oh, it's so good to see Shattered Glass dominating with this deck list. I love it, really I love it. I hope he gets as far as possible, but Cosmic with the Skarzig pulling really some original playstyles into the tournament.
Yeah, I guess I'll root for the lower rarity guy. Let's go, Shattered. These Snow Chasers are one of the bigger parts of it, and they're blue pip rarity, so they're the 2nd tier versus Skarzig being the 4th tier.
I don't think necessarily
Go ahead,
Cosmic was like aiming to do the Skarzig deck. I think it was more like, okay, I got one, you know, maybe I can cook with that, and definitely it fits the Songhai, right? And it looks like he
Songhai
cannot.
is great for it.
Yeah, but by coming back to the board state, I think he cannot escape all of those
Just
minions,
totally good,
guys.
yeah.
So
Cosmic is
one
just in the
mana.
grip. Look at this grapple that Shattered's got. Also at full health, by the way. This is a perfect game.
No way. How is it called in the Mortal Kombat? I even forgot.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
Then again, I'm thinking of
Good
Street Fighter, but
game,
yeah.
GG. Cosmic is losing this lower bracket match 0-2. One of our favorites. It was so good to see him. Skarzig did not
Eliminated.
pop out. of his inventory
Some other
this
matches we
game.
missed. Yep. It was not the Skarsgård hour. Thanks for coming in to play Cosmic. It's pretty nice. We're gonna see Shattered Glass advance on to face the winner of Zanadra versus Rockin. Although their match is not going on currently.
Let's look at the bracket for all of the viewers. I hope your favorites are still in our tournament, because now it's starting to get very serious. We have only few players remaining, and all of those players have still a big chance to get the final prize. We are waiting for one match in the lower bracket, and the good thing is that there will be no simultaneous matches going forward. We will just go over match by match, and we can see that the scores are updated for Zanaro TTV versus Rockin. Zanaro, thanks so much for joining. We were not able to cast your game, but it was a pleasure to have you here.
Yeah, GG's. Came this far, but we've got Shattered Glass versus Rockin. Get up next.
Okay, so again, this wonderful jail deck list.
It's so great. It's pretty funny to play against or play as, but it's pretty annoying to play against. You don't have the
incredibly refreshing, right? So I hope it will allow, you know, Songhais to outplay it with some Mistwalking. I feel Mistwalking is so underplayed in this version, but yeah.
So Mistwalking is at 1 mana to teleport 2 spaces.
0 mana.
0 mana. That's a good one.
Everything 0 mana is good one. I feel like, and well, with the nerf of Ghost Lightning, it's even a good spell just to trigger those spellcasting minions, and also the Blood Rage Mask.
Yeah, 4 Winds Magi, get some Chakra avatars, and you're set to be zipping around, especially if you can get any of the backstab stuff. Like the Mask of Shadows definitely pops off with it. Hard to get that one though, so that's not as likely.
And we have 4 players left in the tournament. Between them, it will be decided who gets the prize pool. So Mezilji will for sure get $180 or $90, which is already a lot, and all of the other guys, they will still fight for it. We will tune into the Shattered Glass Rockin in a moment. I will take 2 minutes break. I think they are not starting yet, and we will coordinate it soon. Yeah.
Alrighty. See you in 2 minutes. I'm also going to be right back. See y'all. Okay. Ooh, status report. We have an update. Looks like Rockin has defeated Zanaro 2-0. Next up, we've got Rockin' versus PKP. Winner faces Mezelji. Yo, we need some intermission music.
Okay, I'm back. Traz, are you here?
We are here, and Rockin' won 2-0 versus Zanaro, who got knocked out. So we got Shattered Glass versus Rockin' going on.
Yep, and Rocken has already asked me, tell me when to start. It looks like they are both ready, so I will just say now. And we can load into the game shortly.
Yeah. We'll get to catch the series in its entirety, and all the other series, because it's pretty hard to catch all the games when they're all playing at the same time. But at least we caught most of the players.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, we have to also respect their times. They probably do not want to wait in a queue to be casted, you know, when they will be playing just 2 games separated by 3 hours break. So, you know, if they drop quickly, it happens, but they can, you know, eat a good dinner or lunch or wherever they are. Rockin' versus Shattered Glass is already running.
The showdown of the silvers, although Shattered Glass has 4 banners to show off. Just missing the Abyssian and the Songhai banners.
Yep, he played a lot, you know, not these days that much. But I think he was doing a challenge where he was playing only basic cards, maybe of all the factions. I'm not sure, but I'm sure that
only
he
basics? That's kind of rough.
Yeah,
like,
he got the S rank. I'm sure only fixed and common cards, or maybe only fixed cards even.
Yeah, I could see adding commons, because commons gives you a huge power spike. You get a lot of goods at that point. And Popper's real.
Yep, Rockin' looked incredible player 1. We'll see if that's the case here. So Shattered Glass does not run any walls to help with that infiltrate capabilities. I believe Shattered Glass's player 2 is much weaker than player 1. Okay, he runs walls actually, so sorry, I just corrected myself. I mean, these are not bone shield barriers, but maybe 2 are enough.
Yep. Any one of those is gonna threaten this this Windblade. Swamp Entangler is keeping the Windblade in a particular spot where it can't get Zeal, so this is pretty nice.
Oh, this is amazing.
It would one-shot the Swamp Entangler, but now there's all this ice in the way too.
Oh my god, this is incredible.
It's 1-3. It's gonna take 2 turns to Zeal it up, and it's not really reasonable.
Incredible. Also, the Primal Sphinx is in a very rough spot, where, you know, it could have reached the Swamp Entangler if walls were played in any other way, but not now. So Shatterglass is not rusty at all, guys. He's here to win
Yeah,
it.
this opener's cool. No pun intended, but Blazing Spines into Swamp. It's nice. Rockin saying, bother this nonsense, opting to destroy everything. Able to clear everything except the Blazing Spines, but the Spines are pretty wounded and provoked. So this is a pretty good response to Shatterglass's excellent turn.
They both want to get both tiles, you know, they are not taking anything else into consideration. And I thought Rockin will just take the bottom one, right, and give up the top tile, but that's not the case. Now Shatterglass, well, we need to still think about this matchup with the jail, right? So Shatterglass priority is to just get to the other side of the map and lock in Rockin.
Yeah, Rockin's best tool to fight this is the Tempest. Doesn't have any copies of Lightbender to work with, and doesn't have Sunbloom for silence or dispel, so has to fight through all of these.
Very difficult. If he goes vertically up, he's a subject to being jailed, and if he goes diagonally, well, he will get hit by the wall.
6 damage. Yeah, the Spines hitting twice is way too much. So, just playing out of range of all those. I would have expected the 2 steps up, because then that would have given the minion summoned an ability to get the Mana Spring. But as is, this Mana Spring is not getting claimed by anyone. Shattered Glass has a lot of ice to fall back onto. It's gonna advance and drop the Rare Bomb, the highest rarity card in the deck. I had one of these, but I ended up dusting it because I didn't play any Vanar.
Yep, it's
But
pretty
seeing it
good
pop
when
off-
when you're shattered with this kind of playstyle.
Yeah, the Swamp Entanglers, the Snow Chasers, even the Sand Burrowers, they all go really well with this thing.
Now there is a lot of damage on the board. No more Tempests for Rockin.
Yeah, and he's stuck. This Swamp Entangler is gonna eat an entire turn of positioning, but Rockin can't afford to just stand here for a turn. Gonna have to develop. It's tough because Silverguard Knight can't even be placed correctly to get the seal going.
Oh, I was thinking he will even sacrifice the Martyrdom just to run away from all of these enemy cards, you know. But even
you have
if
to Marty the voice. Yeah, the voice just generates too much value. Gotta pick it
yeah.
up.
More
So
often,
it's not dead yet. Rocket's in a bit of danger though.
more often than not, we see Rockin having to play his Zeal minions like behind him, you know, horizontally.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's
The
just how the
provoke is still
opponents
super
play, you
useful.
know. They do not allow him for a free movement. It's not deliberately predicting that you know he won't be able to play vertically, but still.
Well, that's how you play against Lionar these days. If you can provoke them and then you summon something above or below them, you really cut off their options.
Yeah.
Their overstated minions become subpar ones. This thing
Yeah.
is barely better than the Rocky Pummeler now.
And I even feel like this is a perfect matchup for Shatterglass because really the abundance of the minions on the board make it so difficult to play Zeal minions for Rockin.
Yeah, and Tempest, I mean, there's only 3 Tempest max, and once that's gone, then there's no other good cards in this matchup, or at least that are that good. Nothing like a Lightbender to immediately take out all these Blazing Spines or turn off these Snow Chasers.
It's incredible how strong the Blazing Spines feel like. I thought that this will be not the best choice to lock in the enemy, maybe Bone Chill Barriers, but it really paid off in this game.
Yeah, they push a lot of damage, and they're pretty threatening.
Big provoke on the
Rockin'
board.
gonna need Hyperion's Claim would be nice.
But even with
That is
Aperion's Claim, I think he will be...
It takes 6 mana and only at 5 mana.
He will be jailed, right? But as Shatterglass, I would rather try to position myself to the right of Rockin's General to limit his movement on to the other side of the map, regardless of how minions look like. But he prefers to stand on top of him.
Bloodtear. Notably, Bloodtear doesn't ping your own stuff, so you can't use it to prep a holy ammo. But yeah, check it out. Rockin' got nowhere to go. Has at least some Iron Cliffs to get rolling, so keep the threats rolling.
But guys, to me it looks like he's jailed.
That's usually how it looks. This is just what it means to face Vanar.
If he attacks here, well, obviously Lionars are vulnerable to this, being locked in, being infiltrated by Vanar, but if he has to attack here, which means he will stay in this exact same tile, and he will get jailed maybe again and again. I don't know if being in this infiltration position will pay off long term, but he has no choice.
Yeah, if this Ironcliff Guardian is completely left alone, we can see that there's a Divine Bond that's just gonna immediately spike it up for the lethal hit.
And Shattered doesn't have too many cards. Maybe he will not be able to wall off.
Yeah, this was a pretty strong move from Rockin' to just throw down an Ironcliff Guardian and to have a Divine Bond. That's a extreme threat.
So in Blitz, minions do play a good role. It's not being always destroyed by enemy on the next turn, as it can happen in other versions where, well, big minions always feel too slow. Here, we see the Ironcliff Guardian having a really good impact.
Yeah, ton of work. Something that a Silver Guard Knight probably couldn't get up to, because this thing doesn't need Zeal to have its 3 attack. And a lot of damage pushed, thanks to Razorback.
This is getting out of range of lethal right now, but then replaced! No, there is no healing for this Ironcliff Guardian.
Yeah, the healing potion would have been perfect. Top it up, hit for 13, that'd be it. As is, that's kind of...
Difficult choice. Also, as you can see, Zeal cannot be activated.
Yeah, again, since the Zeal change, the stats that they got extra were nice, but the positioning is pretty debilitating in this positioning. A lot of people are liking Zeal and trying it, but we're seeing it shut down half the time. And you might as well not even attack with this Windblade Adept at 1. Barely does anything. Well, tons of Provoke coming down. This is a pretty good way to sustain. Just a Tetris block here of chunky units. Rockin's hand is all spells. We're going to be seeing what's coming out of Shattered's hand in the second tier.
For sure, there will be
we
still
gotta-
those snow chasers, right? And it will keep on repeating. Now the priority of Shatterglass is to not die in the very next turn.
Yeah, and that's done by keeping this Windblade up here from achieving Zeal. As long as it can't Zeal, there's not a ton of threat.
And it looks
'Cause
like
it pops off to do
yeah,
a lot.
it looks like.
But yeah, Rock Pummeler.
Oh, the Holy Immolation is
We
huge.
got a Holy Immolation here.
Wait, and the Divine Bond. Wait, will it be the lethal?
A
Let's see.
Divine Bond.
Yes, it
Five
will be
attack.
10, but the Rocky. No, the 10 is
Yeah.
enough. Is it?
Rocky is in the way. But actually, this is still lethal.
It is still lethal. It looks like, because Silverguard Knight can move up. And Rocket wins 1-0. I didn't believe it will happen, but the whole emulation keeps finding its targets over and over. There is no way to remove the Ironclave Guardian.
Yeah, strong play from Rockin. Congratulations, taking game number 1 off of Shattered Glass. Yeah, Ironclave Guardian MVP after all. Even it was hit down to 6, it was still a fine target for the Bond, as it turns out. Game number 2. Coming at you.
We have just entered the game number 2. Both Silver Division, but don't be fooled. They are really veteran players of Duelist.
Yeah.
Starting
S
with
tier at heart.
starting with player 1 Shattered Glass now. So it looks like 90% win rate for me.
Pretty good when you can get the Sand Burrowers too on turn 1. They are really nice just to throw out there because they can do their 2 damage and then they're back in your hand, and then you can drop them to pick up a mana or to even just drop them again as effectively healing them. It's good.
He'll move forward. He doesn't seem to have any Snow Chaser right now. He will play it slow, but it looks like the first turn Blazing Spines always turned out to be a good move, and I think he will try to steal the top tile from enemy.
Yep. We saw the Blazing Spines earlier, just reaching towards the mana tile and taking it out. And putting that little wrinkle on the map is all really good.
Also, he will have probably his leftover mana tile for the next turn, so he is keeping the Cryogenesis for another draw in the next turn, and maybe even this turn it looks like.
Yeah, drawing the Vesper makes the difference on that card, because if you only have a few Vespers, it's going to be either the one that produces 2/2 units every time something is summoned, or it's going to be Snowy.
And Snowy is what he needs. I want to remind you guys that this Snowy is now in infiltrate position.
It's infiltrated.
Yeah.
Yep. Even though it's below the mana, it's actually infiltrated because it's beyond the halfway mark.
But here comes this big Ironclave Guardian. In the previous game, it was very difficult to get rid of it.
Yep, this thing a massive threat. You kind of have to assume that your opponent is going to have Bond to just turn it up. And that's like a 2-turn lethal at that point. So this thing needs to get at least damaged by a bit. Maybe just throwing units into it to chunk away some damage is okay. But then you look like a joke if Holy Immo hits it. So it's a tricky balance. Usually just throwing the Primo removal on it's the best option. Or ignoring it, I guess, is what's the play here.
Okay, so I guess Shattered just prays that there will be no Divine Bond or double Divine Bond. But you know, playing on the edge of the probabilities is also very important in Blitz. And I think Shattered sees that there is just too good of an opportunity to lock in Rocken, and he does it.
Yep. So complete lock-in, gets rid of the Silver Guard Knight. Huge turn.
Actually, sorry. Actually, even the positioning of his minions disables the probability of double Divine Bond, which would be the only lethal here, which is truly really amazing. This is exactly what Blitz is about, just seeing this positional advancements that can be done and choosing it.
Yeah, games can be over in a blink. Actually, in the second tournament in particular, we were seeing people commit actions like 1 second into their turn because they were doing such big turns, and you don't have a lot of time to think. With 60 seconds, you really got to go. And then as soon as that ticker starts showing up, you got to just start clicking because any mana or cards that are unspent could potentially turn the game.
Definitely.
We have an excellent provoke in the back. This big dumb beater, this Ironclave Guardian, actually pretty good anchored for summoning this backline. So every turn these guys are seesawing the advantage, which we love to see.
There are good jail cards in Shattered Glass's hand, but he has no immediate removal for those big threats. Now, what's funny, what would be good here, is this blinding snowstorm. But only if Shatterglass was able to move away from the situation, and he seems he's not. So who's locked in now?
No more time to think. Shattered Glass has got to start dropping some Blazing Spines. Only 9 hit points to go through, but a couple menacing minions. Shattered Glass not exactly out of the woods yet. Just needs to push a little bit of damage. And this round is pretty convincing.
Definitely gives a high chance to close it for Shattered. And very offensive, very offensive. I love this style by Shattered. But now the replace.
Replaces into keep the Rocky. No replaces? No Rocky? No Rocky Pummeler.
He can move away and put the Silverguard Knight.
Yeah. Either the Ironcliff Guardian opens away, or a spell is burned to open away, or just stepping away from these walls is enough and going into the corner.
Not clearing the wall this time.
Yeah, the walls are going to be biting this knight here.
Actually, I don't even know. I think Shatterglass doesn't have any way to displace the walls. You know, they only play a role in jailing and pushing opponent back. Yeah. That's why I'm a bit surprised Rocken always decides to trade early with those walls. But now we are going into the very clutch situation. Blinding Snowstorm is played.
1 damage. Ping, ping, ping. Double kill.
Silverguard Knight will be cleared, by the Primus Fist, and the jail is complete, guys. Yep. He will be moving forward, probably even ignoring the threat on his back. So General of Shatterglass is moving forward. We love to see that. Also, will he block off the enemy minions? How will he prepare against the Holy Immolation that has killed him before?
Got 2 mana to work with. Sand Burrower for the win. This thing is just too tanky. Sand Burrowers for days, with a focus on blocking out the minions in the back so they don't come in for a big hit. With the Snow Chaser in here to threaten the kill in the front.
This is out of this world. Shatterglass is so impressive. It's insane to see him play. And Rocken, you can see the weaknesses of Zeal if played against a really top tier player. Those Zeal minions, well, they would be perfect. Like we saw the Primus Shieldmaster did a lot of work for Rocken, keeping Shattered at bay, but not this time. It's for me, it's really impressive how these Sand Borrowers are returning value.
Yeah, I didn't expect this to be a pop-out card, but this card's popping out as it keeps popping back to the action bar on every hit. It's just kind of playing to Shatterglass's plan, being able to slam down more minions and walking down to 4 hit points. 2 general hits. Has a bunch of martyrdoms in hand, but opting to hold on to them because there could be a potential lethal, and that pushes it out.
But there's again no response, it looks like, for this big 310 minions. I would never say that it is not fast enough. Okay, Swamp Entangler actually works here and prevents, maybe prevents a lethal. We will see what Rocken draws.
Yeah, no one wants a Martyrdom with Swamp Entangler, unless it's your own.
There will be a lot of minions on the board, right? With the Voice of the Wind, but is it? Oh yeah. It's not really the best moment to have it. It's only 4 health points on Rocken.
Yeah, unless you can fall back, something like a Dispel to kick off the Provoke would have been good, but has already used too many of those, doesn't have one now, and is just kind of locked in here, so the Voice of the Wind is still a 4-power creature. This does hit for lethal, so it's been placed up here, and there are a ton of shitters here, but Swamp Entangler is actually blocking the top row from coming in. Everything is dropped, including the sad face emote.
Yeah. Now Rocken is replacing, so every player feels like the other player has the finishing blow, and I think Shatterglass is feeling like it, but it looks like Swamp Entangler has saved him this time.
Yeah, Swamp Entangler for the win. The Voice of the Wind might actually be able to run away with the game at this point. Because this is buying another turn for Shattered Glass to generate a ton of minions and throw them in. So it has to get hit by the Martyr to home because it's just too nasty. There goes the Value Machine. And funny positioning here from Rockin'. His king is castled.
Incredible. And as we said, the Blinding Snowstorm is, one of the weakest board clears, or maybe some kind of board control tools, AoE, for Vannar. He has it, but 1 damage is definitely not cutting it.
It doesn't do anything.
And 310? Wow, this is not good actually, He wanted those Snow Chasers. But
we need Razorback.
He needs the Razorback, exactly. I even forgot that this is his finishing tool.
That would have potentially done it right then. As is, just trading minions for these provokers. I think that would be it for the Ironcliff Guardians. These guys have all been expended. So Rockin' is on to smaller provokers. A lot of health points that Shattered Glass has to chew through, but is able to.
Jail continues, and remember, he didn't draw a Holy Immolation. He didn't use Holy Immolation, and now the deck size is really small. I feel like the replace could be a very good card for Rockin'.
Yeah, you only have 33 card decks, so the consistency is dialed up way more than you might think. See your cards way more often. Well, here's a 3x3, completely packed with units. Divine Bond! That is not enough. We need 2 Divine Bonds.
We need a heal.
Okay, maybe it is enough. There's only space for 1 healer, so this could go up to 6.
But
one Divine Bond, it's +6.
But he has to attack the minion, right? Wow, this is so on the edge, guys. This is the best match I have ever seen.
It's a win, though. No, it's only 9 damage.
No, it's 9 damage because he has to attack the Snow Chaser, and the jail continues. This is the real jail, but both of them are on the last edge, really.
Not pushing an attack towards the general, because if you don't have lethal, there's no point. So you gotta really try to save off yourself getting lethal next turn. But it's not going to take much to do 2 damage to Rockin'. A single Naga would do it.
Well, he's waiting with the Divine Bond.
Yeah, he's got to find the kill move. If Ironclad Guardian doesn't get hit, it could happen. But
I didn't want to spoil for you, but this spell will do it. Shattered Glass. Yeah. Well, maybe you forgot already, Troz, and our viewers. But this is only the 2nd game, and we are going into the 3rd one.
Yep. Best of 3s.
Now, will there be any deck list changes? This is.
Did they swap it out, or is it going to be Faye versus Argeon again? Funny thing about Argeon's name, you can actually rearrange the letters. You get orange.
Okay. I didn't know that. That is crazy.
Well,
it's amazing.
Duelist trivia for the day. Game number 3 underway. Shattered Glass got that player 1 position. Are you favoring player 1 the most? Because it does seem like P1 is getting more victories.
Honestly, in this kind of deck, I think P1 is better because he can close in the position more early, I feel like. So the Infiltrate Snow Chasers, even if they would be placed instead of Sand Borrower, they can get in the Infiltrate position very easily. So yeah, I would say for Shattered, definitely player 1 is better.
Yeah, Vannar, it actually makes such a difference that the Vannar mirror is kind of lopsided in who goes first a lot of the times. Because sometimes the player that's just going first gets their Infiltrate while the other one doesn't.
On the other hand, Vannar has a good chance of taking more than 1 mana tile, even as player 2. So, first of all, player 1 cannot save his mana tile in front of him because it can be taken by walls. There is some trickery to it.
Hydrokinesis, or Cryokinesis. It's blasted by ice. So Snow Chasers here for the next forever. It really takes Dispel to deal with this thing, and Rockin' is just not packing Dispel, so these Snow Chasers kind of get free reign.
I feel like both of the players feel like if I only had this card, you know, that would help me against Snow Chasers. And the same thing probably Shattered feels, that he has no good way to deal with Ironcliffe Guardian. Okay, tile is taken. Again, no Zeal effect, but the tile is taken.
Yeah, this is a pretty nasty looking board if you're rocking, because Regalia does not line up well against all these 5 toughness creatures. They're just going to shrug off the hit.
He's pretty far from Sand Borrower, so no return to hand here. But Shattered doesn't need return to hand because his hand is almost full. Probably he will replace one of the Razorbacks.
Well, I've been always spectating Rockin, so I've got the Rockin hand in front of me. We got just a pile of Provokes, really. Seems pretty nice.
Time is running away. I don't know if Shattered is disconnected or... Okay, he's moving. Oof,
yep.
What a relief.
Really taking the whole maximum turn time to think about what to do.
No replace on the Razorback.
Has a Razorback, huh? That's the key thing that was would have ended the game way quicker last time.
I'll tell you even more. He has 2 of them.
It's a double Razor Blaze.
So he missed them in the previous games, and now he decides to, I will keep them until the end of the game.
What's the mana cost on Razorback? Can you double cast them?
So it's 3 mana. Definitely you cannot do it now. I mean, in turn 6, yeah.
Yeah. Because that could be a funny blowout turn. You just have a couple minions nearby, and then bam, double Razor.
Now Rocken can be on the escape route, you know. We have the Prison Break in progress. He will move 2 tiles to the left. I believe that everyone wants to escape the jail, but not really. Rocken just stays there.
Top row is kind of dangerous because it's a lot easier to get someone stuck, and Suntide Maiden has been dispelled, so even if it was in Zeal position, it wouldn't be doing any of that. But we got the Silverguard Knight there. There's only 1 square for Zeal, so this is a pretty important square to keep.
Rocken did not opt for running away from the jail, just going 2 tiles to the left. Maybe... I don't know how Shattered Glasses decklist look like if he's not in the Infiltrate, but now the Razorback is played.
Yep. Yeah, this is only until end of turn, so it just tells you that it's time to push damage right away.
He clears a bit.
A decent amount of damage. It's
yeah.
Alright, yeah.
Nothing crazy. Still, there are now good targets for Holy Immolation. I mean, 1 good target right now after the Bloodtear Alchemist was played.
Yep. And Bloodtear definitely makes that turn look pretty well. Takes out the last Provoker. So Suntide could take a... well, we need a Holy Immolation to actually get like a big play here.
And he will replace?
Ironcliffe, I guess. Hailstone Prison is one of the cards that punishes Ironcliffe, but we're not seeing a lot of those.
Maybe Regalia replace? What do you think?
How about just Ironcliffe Guardian attack, the Snow Chaser, and attack the Primus Fist?
I was actually thinking about the replace, but it looks like replace is already done. And yeah, the Ironcliffe Guardian is a really always profitable minion, so he just plays it.
Yeah, it's kind of like gaining 10 health and having 3 damage temporarily.
Pretty good, I would say. Stronger than Rocken's General.
I actually noticed a new keyword today too. We've got a keyword on Aperion's claim that didn't exist in OG. That's cool. Turn those spaces into glyph.
Yes, well, it did actually. So the glyph is a short for hallowed ground. Just the name was so long that it didn't fit into a lot of cards. But wait, is that it? Oh my god, sorry, this is the Razorback, the finisher! And I almost... Yeah, I almost talked over the finisher. Shatterglass is winning for sure! $30! Oh, sorry, I think I yelled too
least.
much. Too close to the microphone, guys, but he does win it.
Shattered glass! Congratulations on your win. Top 3 so far. I didn't be able to get top 2 or top 1.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
Shattered Glass, and thanks to Rockan, he was so close to getting this prize money, which was for third place, it's $30 US.
Had faith in Razorback all along. Didn't
Yep.
replace him.
He didn't replace
just enough
it.
damage.
He didn't replace
Very
it.
nice.
And we will go into top 3.
PKP versus Shattered Glass.
Guys in the chat, let us know who do you think will win this game. Is it PKP or is it Shattered Glass? I will go for a minute. I will refill water and we will start.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be starting in about a minute's time, or so. We'll see.
Okay, I'm back. So I think it's a good time to read some of the comments.
Chat has been popping off.
I hope the chat was popping off, guys.
I got quite a few players in here. Although they're not answering our questions, we have 0 predictions.
We do not have any predictions, guys. Come on.
No, what you needed to do is have a bracket prediction contest, and then the winner gets gold, and then you'd have like a billion.
Oh,
people
yeah.
submitting stuff.
Oh yeah. And many people would cheer for someone.
And then someone would be like, "Wow, this guy's a psychic, predicted everything," or like whoever got the most.
Yep.
Fantasy League style.
So I have a small interview with PKP. I mean, I recorded already, so I will just read for you the answers. So I asked him, which place do you expect to end up in this tournament? He thought he will be 4th to 6th place. So this is wrong, PKP. Now, which faction or deck list do you hate the most now? He said Mogmar, always.
What?
I don't know. And he said, and Songhai, too strong. None of these are, I think, in the in the tournament anymore. And third is maybe the most important. It was, who do you consider your toughest opponent and why? He said Mezilji and Abra. They are tier 1 players, and he will meet one of them for sure. I mean, not for sure, actually, if he wins this match.
Didn't have any Abracadani this time, but yeah, definitely another one of those greats. Check out our bracket. We've got... No, wait, I'm looking at a stream from 5 minutes ago when you were showing it off.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mez is at the top. PKP, Shattered Glass, getting ready to face each other. They're already playing.
Okay, they are already playing. Thank you for updating us. We are going right into the game. Shattered Glass versus PKP.
So losers finals has a bit of a wrinkle to it. We go up to best of 5. So first to 3 wins. And we've got a Pyromancer Portal Guardian versus Rock Pulverizer. Pyromancer able to fade to the back, pretty nice, and also, yeah, Lava Storm Obelisk, really good to have in the back line.
Now, can Shatterglass close the distance? This Portal Guardian now
Shatterglass
has...
isn't going first, so
Yep.
this is a critical difference.
But he has this Primus Fist, which is really huge now. I'm rather surprised that he loves to keep the Cryogenesis. It's rather expensive. But yeah, Blinding Snowstorm, perfect against the Pyromancer. Primus Fist, perfect to buff the Rock Pulverizer, but he decides otherwise.
Time for Cryogenesis. The Rock Pulverizer can also hit the Portal Guardian and stay alive. So pretty strong there. Wants to get the Snow Chasers rolling. There's a very funny card in PKP's hand, the Facepalm card, which has some pretty cool text, and it works well with obelisks because you can damage them to draw a card off of them. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and what I was surprised about is its synergy with Kanunka, right? Sometimes we want to get Kanunka low for it to respawn, to transform again into another dervish, and this is what the PKP very often does. So nice. he's very fluid with this card.
Pretty excellent combo right there. Ooh, Dervish has slain the Snow Chaser. It wasn't quite infiltrating. And a very forward obelisk placed actually in a pretty poor spot that can be hit by the Snow Chasers, so maybe he would have wanted it one space up.
The
Lava Storm obelisk would counterattack. So.
Exactly.
Yeah. So maybe it was good placement after all.
Maybe it was a plan, although we don't know what this oops was about.
Yeah, my guess is just the obelisk not being high enough, because the dervish spawn could potentially choose the top row, which might be irrelevant at some point. I guess we'll see what happens. Snow Chaser coming in to hang out. One damage to everything. It also reduces move speed. So everything's a little bit of a sluggish move. We got regrets on both sides. Oops into a spinning cursor. Damn. Shattered Glass is not happy with that turn. You can tell when the cursor starts doing rapid donuts that something's up.
Yeah. I don't think there was anything that bad. I mean, I expected him that he spawned some minion in front of the Lava Storm obelisk, but I didn't see it yet. But he didn't do that, so yeah, luckily, or maybe he didn't punch the obelisk. I think that was it. Right, with the general, he didn't punch the obelisk after moving.
Whoops, left at 3. Passed your turn too quick. Like, you might as well spend time thinking about even your next turn. You don't have to hit that end turn button. You only have to go fast if you're trying to deny your opponent time, which can also be a kind of way to play. Inner Oasis, nothing is dying anytime soon. PKP's board is so tanky, that thing just hit 5 minions, which is usually an unlosable position. But Shattered Glass, what are you gonna do?
So
like,
this
the
is
1 damage, everything just gets cancelled out.
But this is tricky. Maybe he could leave the Portal Guardian for one more turn because of his positioning of the general is kind of good. I mean, the Portal Guardian could not get close to him, but pushing for damage was not the perfect either.
I feel like the better Dispel target is this Wind Dervish. I guess really afraid of this Portal Guardian's potential. And maybe it's fine because there's only 1 movement now.
The good thing is he will keep on probably recreating the Snow Chasers. He will keep on spawning them, and in the meanwhile he can go back. But after all of these minions are cleared, and maybe they will be now, there is no range to spawn those Snow Chasers anymore.
Yeah, PKP is just going to try to collapse in as fast as he can. Has a lot of obelisks being thrown down on the right side.
I think he is just doing whatever
How's
right
this
now.
for Jay?
There is no
Yeah,
way
he's
to
throwing up
control it.
There's a bunch of brick walls here that are really hard to break down.
I wonder if Shatter has another deck to play.
Are you not feeling it for this Vanner deck?
Not feeling it,
Is
definitely.
it a bad... Yeah, there's actually so much incidental dispel, too, that it could really stop any plans to try to get off.
Yeah, no one. It just looks like no one runs any heavy dispels. I mean, we had some liner players doing dispels, but
Yep. But yeah, AoE is going to be pretty necessary here without dispel or like a really fast game plan. Shattered Glass doesn't have either this match. PKP getting game number 1.
good game. And as you have mentioned in the beginning of the match, it was PKP player 1. Let's see
Player
if
1
the
OP.
coin flip is more lucky for Shattered now.
All right, game number 2. And indeed, there has been a mix-up.
Okay, Lionar.
The Vanguard deck, yeah, Lion maybe just more consistent. Although we've been seeing Zeal get cheesed over and over.
Yeah, but not when Shatter was playing. Maybe PKP doesn't know how to play against it. We'll see.
Oh, PKP has so many games grinded. PKP is gonna know the ins and the outs. But maybe Shattered Glass can get there. This thing does hit hard. Windblade Adept can kill a general in 4 hits.
Honestly, Legion Brawler here is kind of cool. I mean, he will probably reach some of the obelisks and deal a lot of damage, so the 3 health is not a big problem.
Yeah, even if it gets forced to 1 movement, it can still take 2 steps. So this is maybe one of the strongest Vitruvian openers, where you just go Dervishes plus the Fireblaze Obelisk, specifically these Orb Weavers. Very nice.
Now, should Shatter take both of the mana tiles just to steal it from PKP?
There's some consideration for that. You can just muck a mana tile so it can't be put to use, but there's not use for the mana tile. Like, there's not a lot that can be going on.
The problem here is also Legion Brawler gets pretty much vulnerable because of the Fireblaze Obelisk and every Dervish being 3 attack.
Perfect spawn placement here on the Dervish. Holy, this can hit either mana. Very nice high roll from PKP. Yeah, Legion Brawler could potentially take 2 steps forward and take a single hit at it next. This deck does seem to have a much better matchup, though. The Vanner one looks like it was really struggling. It had to rely on getting a mass and then crashing in with a timely Razorback.
Yeah, and Snow Chaser were not really getting the benefit of Dying Wish when hitting against obelisks.
Well, here's an Inno Oasis hitting 4. When it hits 5, that's generally unbeatable, but this is, guess we'll see.
What's really interesting here is that it ruins a lot of Zeal positioning, this Lava Storm Obelisk in the very middle.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a pretty nasty row to put it on. So your general basically has to live in the middle. And you get punished anytime you do a diagonal step.
Yeah, he can also choose to stay on the bottom side, the bottom half of the map. Looks kind of difficult. We can see the Necrosphere here, so I think also it's rather cheap deck to build. Yeah. Oh, there is the Lightbender.
Yeah, Lightbender sacrificing itself just to take off the Fireblaze. and all the buffs on the road
And
from
now
the
this is not a lucky spawn for PKP, but still, unfortunately, the Legion Brawler will be taken down. I really wanted this thing to live longer.
Yeah, not where it was being placed. It had the destiny to come up here, and I guess it did nothing. It should have hit the obelisk for 4, but it summoned a healing mystic. Or no, it hit the general, and then the healing mystic topped it up.
It's
So just came out here
surprising
for a bite.
because yeah, it will be hard to go through all the health bar of PKP while having all those obelisks on board. So I would
Yeah.
expect him to hit the obelisk instead.
It may have been better to also wait a turn to hit 2 obelisks with the Lightbender, but getting rid of the inner Oasis buff on a bunch of units is probably worth it. Portal Guardians here. This thing gets out of hand almost immediately. Not a lot of options going on. No way to clear the Portal Guardian. Necroseers aren't really great when there's already this many cards in hand. Healing Mystic is here. Windblade is nowhere. And yeah, the middle tile is no man's land. Like if Dancing Blades came to meet the Portal Guardian, it just dies for free.
Yeah, very tricky situation.
Frenzy here on the Portal Guardian is threatening to get some value because it's in an awesome place. Healing Mystic is so confused.
Maybe going for the Fireblaze Obelisk. Is this spell already?
It's a spell. Yeah, so
Right.
going for the normal obelisk is probably best. Keeping the pressure up, I like it.
Oh, I love it actually. He cannot reach both
Yeah.
of the minions. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought he would go
I
for the
would've-
obelisk.
Yeah, I would have put some damage on the obelisk and also bring the general up, but then the Portal Guardian immediately hits, so staying back is also pretty reasonable, but the Guardian could hit.
Yeah, the thing is that Portal Guardian could not get into 2 minions. I thought this is like so genius that he cannot go diagonally, right? Because both of the obelisks are living, but not the case this time. And well, the PKP is chunked down, okay? If there was some kind of spell that deals damage to face with Lionar, well, I would understand it a lot if it was Songhai. Okay, getting down to 11 for the enemy, it's reasonable. But it looks like Shatter will have just to regain control of the board.
With a Pyromancer showing up, that's becoming a lot harder.
I don't think he
The
can
crack
do
back.
it. And now even if he
Yeah.
close back into, you know,
Oh,
giving
so
away
unfair.
these health points to enemy by using martyrdom, well then all the previous efforts were not worth it.
Yeah, all the work is undone. This is why it's always usually preferable to point damage towards units, because the healing can just backtrack you, but if there was less of a board, then it would have been less of an issue.
So I was just thinking maybe Shatter has some like a crazy combo with Magnetize and Divine Bond on some high health minion. So that's his plan. That's why he's
And no
chunking
one's
down
running
PKP.
Magnetize. Yeah, no one brought Magnetize. It would have been really nice. As like a one of to just threaten something crazy. But I guess the support for it just isn't there. Need like a Thunderhorn. Well, Windblade, piddly 1 damage. The Dispel it hit was pretty devastating. The Martyrdom targeting the Swarm King Scarab was pretty necessary. Shattered Glass having more regrets. Don't know what that ooze was about though. Oh, Kanum Ka is pretty nuts with Portal Guardian because the more you can respawn it, the bigger this thing gets. And really good RNG on the Kanum Ka to eat the Dervish in the back. Although it ends up eating both of them anyway.
Yep, looks like this is enough damage to finish
Your
this
favorite
game.
to win the tournament is looking pretty good.
Yep.
One more slash to seal it up, and Shattered Glass is now down 0-2 in this best of 5.
There is no third deck list for Shattered Glass, so he will have to choose one of these that he already has played, and he already has chosen because he very quickly went into game number 3. Again, Lionar played by Shattered Glass and the same deck list played by PKP. Very strong, very solid, and he has an Inner Oasis waiting.
And on the other side, we have a Lightbender waiting. So this is the key card. This thing needs to get a 2-for-1.
This will be really important now to hit a proper Lightbender. The the Lightbender. I'm correct on that one. Okay, backline Legion Brawler is fine.
Oh, lucky Dervish spawn. This thing is able to nab the Brawler. At least it's not a super lucky Dervish spawn where it also gets a mana in the process. But pretty strong. The Dunecaster's getting the mana, and the Dervish is big enough to just take out the Brawler entirely. So monstrous opener from PKP, sweetening the pot with a team buff that hits 5, which historically has been unbeatable. Holy. So it may be tempting to throw the Lightbender now, but I feel like there's a bigger play for it.
I think he wants to at least dispel 2 of the obelisks, but how to trick the opponent positionally here? Is it, as Shattered shows, is it moving backwards so that it forces PKP into some offensive obelisks? Maybe that is in range of Lightbender. It's really tough to play, and it looks like the tile control still on PKP's side. He has a really expensive cards in his hand, and he wants them because, well, he will for sure take the tile in the very next turn.
Well, time for back row double zeal. No longer interested in the mana tiles. Shattered Glass, I don't think can win from just the back lines. Going to have to pick a time to advance. And that's probably going to be next turn, where there's probably going to be a step out into trying to drop a juicy Lightbender. But PKP should know how to play around it. This is pretty decent placement for the obelisk, because the second obelisk can just be on the bottom row, and Lightbender just doesn't hit both. As we're seeing.
Yeah, exactly.
And a full clear just with a couple dervishes that were out.
Also,
PKP getting pretty nice luck again on the dervish spawn.
This positioning of the Fireblaze obelisks, well, unreachable by one Lightbender that Shattered has. Spacing is good.
Lava Storm on the center row again. This is really messing up the Lionar Zeal strategies you mentioned. Because they can't keep Zeal running on consecutive turns. Like, it's just get rooted in place. And all the dervishes are flying around. This is a super nasty spot. There's the 2-for-1 is out of reach. A booster unit actually has to be played for that to be possible, and there's just not enough for that unless there was a lucky replace off the Necroseer. But we're probably seeing Necroseer being played here because nothing is happening.
And
but
also,
the problem is Necroseer dies to Dervish.
It dies to Dervish, and the sad news is that here is this Kanumka with the Burden of Knowledge combo.
Oh, the combo's here? Cool. Let's see it. This is good cinema.
The combo is here. Will it be played? It looks like it can. He decides to damage the upper obelisk, which is very reasonable. And he will start pumping damage.
And is able to go directly at the general thanks to this funny card.
It is really
First
getting...
time in the history of Duelists that I've seen this facepalm card be played. But yeah, it's just excellent. And it's actually playable in Blitz, as it turns out.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so commonly used when I have added it.
Ka tips it over the top for sure. Like, that synergy is just the perfect thing.
Yeah.
So there's technically a 2-for-1 here. No, that's not really a 2-for-1. Kind of taking off some stats. Well, Lightbender getting thrown down anyway. this Fireblaze Obelisk is just the most dangerous card, so it has to be
What?
cancelled out.
What?
We're seeing the funny thing that Condom God does.
Oh, no way.
If
This
you
was a
actually did that the other way
misplay.
around,
And this
yeah,
is the
was a
misplay that would catch me off guard as well, and maybe some of our viewers here.
Yeah, the proper sequence there was to attack the Condom God first and then dispel it, so it lost its respawn. But as is, PKP gets another crazy turn.
Yep, and he will keep on hitting. He has a lot of cards in hand. And it looks like the finishing blow that he chooses to do will be this Stars Fury. PKP! You've done it! You've built the best deck maybe in this tournament. And you're winning this best of 5 set against Shatterglass 3-0 going into the finals.
Huge amount of momentum. Ready to take on the monster that is Mezzalg that has not been dropping many games. Notably dropped, the only game that Mezzalg lost was 1 game to Shattered Glass.
Okay.
So pretty legit for Shattered Glass to fight all the way up top here.
Shatterglass, I'm so happy that you got your prize of $30 and a lot of diamonds. I don't even remember how much, but a lot. You can buy a lot of cards. You don't have to play basics and commons anymore. And maybe in the next tournament you will get top 2, but now we are moving forward to the very, very important match of the series.
That is right. It is time for Mez versus BKP. BKP has really locked in as the top player here, but Mez has been like the top player or one of the big bads in for Duelist for quite a while.
Yep. I think both of the players are more or less ready. I will take 30 seconds break. I hope they don't start during this time.
BKP is also taking a break. Needs to mentally prepare.
We are waiting for our grand finals. So grand finals are almost the last set that we can have. I need to look up into the rules right now if this is best of 5 or best of 3.
We're in grand finals is best of 5, and there's a true best of 5. Or sorry, there's a best of 3 after the best of 5 if a reset happens.
Okay,
So we can observe winner side advantage. So PKP's got to win a best of 5 and a best of 3. Mezzalg just needs a best of 5.
All right. Yep, so as you can see, guys, now in the bracket, the PKP is coming from the losers bracket, rather, and that's why he has to win this first series and then win another one. As I'm basically repeating just what Tross said, but we will update you guys as we are going through the series. But what's important is that this one is best of 5. I will go into some of the trivia that maybe we have. So I also done interview with Incognito, and I wanted to bring it up here because he was the only person, I think, who said that the most overpowered faction right now is Vitruvian and the Obelisk deck.
Yeah, Vitruvian is what I've been playing the most because it just feels the strongest. It's nice.
So what he said.
We're seeing.
Yep, Obelisk.
We're seeing all these like monsters. Yeah, there's so many monstrous openers.
Also asked who is he most. I mean, who's his toughest opponent? He said.
Was it
Nemesis.
Like internet connection?
Nemesis.
Yeah.
Yeah, understandable. They are going into the game number 1, I believe, and we are ready.
Yes, indeed.
If you are ready, make some noise or something. Make some noise, everyone in the chat. This is grand final. We are playing for $180 for the first place and $90 for the second one. So long since we've had the last that highly priced tournament. I mean, Duas GG did a really good tournament. So guys, please be sure to check that as well. Troz is hosting it.
Yeah, we've done 11 of those. Those are pretty cool. I haven't done one in a while though, so we're a bit due for that. Need a catalyst though. Anywho, we have another one of those strong openers. Being able to go Orb Weaver into Ethereal Obelisk. Both these guys on Fierce Obelisk deck. A couple differences. Like there's a 3x Starfire Scarab, a couple crossbows for Mez. But these guys also valuing Inner Oasis. But the Condom Ka is on the PKP side, so we'll see how this goes. And also the Pyromancer.
There are some differences, but as I'm thinking about the whole tournament, I feel those two decks are the most similar to each other. But Mezilji does not have the Condom Ka. Now we will answer to all of you guys if it is obelisks that are overpowered or is it the Condom Ka. And can you win with no legendary cards?
Because in OG, the Condom Ka was definitely OP. That thing made Voths real sad. As soon as you tapped your BBS1, you were just food for it.
I think it made a lot of people sad in this tournament as well. But
we got Portal Guardian on Portal Guardian action. The spells are being thrown around on them.
Yep, and Benzilji's Portal Guardian will not be that strong. Maybe it will be even cleared out, but player 1 advantage looks good now.
Yeah, for sure. There's maybe that tile needs to be kind of pushed away from them.
Even more.
But then again, it could still be reached by the Orb Weaver.
I would say this is, I think if I look at the stats, it's pretty balanced, although it looks terrifying right now. But we have to consider that player 1 has to spend a lot of cards to go into this state of the game, and, you know, well, there are some payoffs in that as well. To get to the tiles, basically, they have to spend more cards than they used to. And yeah, Portal Guardian looks like one of the favorite cards of all the Vitruvians.
These Portal Guardians would love to get up to an obelisk and start rampaging at them for free. But there's no way for Mizilji to just knock aside this one Portal Guardian unless this top dervish comes in, the general hits it, and then that actually allows the Portal Guardian to do some damage to the backline. It's not going to finish it, but it's quite a bit of damage. Maybe it's worth it.
Siphon energy. Is it the second one? I think it's, you know, really fortunate to have all of the snowbally units getting removed. I mean, getting dispelled, not yet removed. And
both the guys are running 3 copies, so that was 2 of them used. And
yeah,
it's perfect.
He wants to snowball, right?
Yeah.
And he's just doing it.
Not able to finish these obelisks, so we got a round of dervishes here for PKP to work with.
Now, if he replaces it into Kanumka, but I don't know if he will risk it. Look at the hand. It looks like a very good turn 4, but...
I set my hand to Mez.
Kanumka would be perfect.
You'll see the PKP hand as of 5 minutes ago. Where it's completely empty.
I think he will not replace, just the risk is too big. This Portal Guardian will be... Yeah, will be destroyed. As you say, maybe it's not even better.
Yeah, that simplifies it. Just have a Fireblaze Obelisk down.
Yeah, and now will Mezelji have some troubles with clearing those 2 obelisks? We have 1 obelisk for sure in range. This top one, Fireblaze Obelisk, will have the 3-2 to attack one of the ethereal obelisks of PKP that are in the backline. But maybe not both of them. Actually, both of them. Very good spawn from the obelisks in the middle column. So everything is reachable. He can just pick and choose whatever he wants to do.
Yep. Would ideally like to knock his opponent's Fireblaze Obelisk off the table, but it had the +2 bump up from Inner Oasis. So the only way to bump it off is to throw a buff on this Wind Dervish. But PKP could also just ignore that and completely surround it, and now it's no longer generating. Yeah, one of the potential risks you run when you put an obelisk on the edge, although its spawns are better, it's easier to lock in like this.
PKP in retreat. When it comes to snowbally decks, well, when the situation is like that, it's hard to come back, obviously. And now Swarm King Scarab, I'm not sure if it will pay off.
This is the answer or die card. This Scarab does so much. But it actually is not in range of any obelisk, other than the Fireblaze. So I could see the Scarabites that it spits out would go after the obelisk. But get ready, there's more obelisks. These Fireblaze obelisks are so strong.
What?
Huh? Uh-oh.
What?
Misclick. Mez, taking a swing, ends up hitting Sif instead of the Scarab next to him. Gonna get punished by the king. Is able to mitigate the damage somewhat by preventing it from taking a step up. But yeah, that was a huge fuck up.
No way, he has the astral phasing. There is no mercy. There is no mercy.
Oh no! PKP has an MVP on the loose.
He will spawn a lot of scarabs. They will.
So 5 of these actually could completely ring a Fireblaze Obelisk and cut off 1 spawn. But is gonna just go for taking out this 3-1, taking out the Wounded Obelisk. Doesn't have any lockdown opportunities now, but these bugs are persistent and they're everywhere, and they're gonna be generated every turn.
Yes, and still Scarab has flying, so it doesn't matter how Mezelji positions himself. There is absolutely nothing he can do, but maybe he can rush down the enemy.
Needs a Dispel. Needs to replace into Siphon ASAP. This is the best out.
But actually, the Wind's Fury, right? So maybe there is some potential to deal crucial damage with it. There is a lot of Scarabs on the board, Scarabites rather. So
there's only one that's in front of an open space though, so there's actually not much potential for big Stars Fury play.
Not much. Well, if actually not one, we are reverting a bit the board. So
well, The Star Sphere is actually pretty good when you consider the Swarm King Scarab, because a lot of positions can be opened up. Or rather, if the king gets like another turn, then
This is kind of tricky. I think he will do it. He will just do it. There is no other way. He will throw the card, buff it, and hide behind PKP. There is still chance because a lot of spawns have been made by Wind's Fury, and there is chance for the next turn. Lethal.
This is a ton of damage. And the Swarm King Scarab doesn't actually push that much damage each turn. Whoa. This game's getting real close. 0 cards left in hand.
It looks like there is a lot of clicking. I cannot even see what's happening, but PKP knows.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
He knows that there has to be a lot of actions made.
He had the leftover bugs up top. That's lethal.
Okay, they are flying slowly in our point of view, so I will bear with the viewers to see all of them flying slowly and dying. Maybe I should speed it up actually. But it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the general hit, he will leave with 1 health point, guys, and win this game after a very unfortunate misclick by Mezelji.
Yeah, allowing this thing to live, and then it immediately got the buff that gave it flying.
Just insane. But this is big money tournament. There is really no mercy for the opponent. Just getting it.
Pretty huge. Congratulations, PKP, getting first blood. The grand finals.
Well, he definitely has to win this best of 5 to play true finals.
Yep.
So he started off well. We are in queue for the next game. PKP, player 1, Mezelji, player 2.
Oh, they've switched up their positions. And pretty nice position for this Ethereal Obelisk. Really high chance it's going to be able to grab some mana. These Lava Storm Obelisks back in the day used to have 4 hit points, but these days they have 6 hit points. There's just no killing them.
There is no killing, there is no getting close sometimes even, and PKP is especially good about placing them. I think he really likes them. And you know, getting it a little bit out of reach basically disables a lot of movement of enemy, and this is usually this very backline obelisk. 2 mana. Now, what would you choose? Would it be Lava Storm?
I would choose to keep the Lava Storms. Like, even replacing one seems weird because they actually get better at multiples. You deny a bigger area.
And this is a great counter to obelisks, actually, of your enemy.
Yeah.
Because it hits for exactly 6 damage.
Yeah, all these obelisks all have 6 health now, so they just get one shot by the Lava Storm. And although PKP replaced a Lava Storm away, another one shows up, so is able to keep the lava flowing.
That's great. So whatever Mezelji does, basically he has already the answers in his own deck list. He doesn't need to prepare anything special. But maybe this first Lava Storm Obelisk will be killed. Interesting.
Yep.
Could Mezelji be turning the tempo back?
It's costing a lot of cards in hand because we saw the Rasha's Curse plus the Primus Fist had to deal with it, plus the hit. Mezelji passes and has 2 cards in hand. Has a pretty nice board though, so it's not a problem if that board can help do some work. But there's some potential to put a Lava Storm Obelisk in the same row as this Ethereal Obelisk, and then it just gets blown up.
And he does
Back in the day, a single Primus plus Primus could deal with it, but now we'll need this this General to hit plus something else.
Looks like it's a pretty important card in this Vetruvian versus Vetruvian.
Mez getting the medium roll on the Wind Dervish, can only use it to snatch the mana, but doesn't even need the snatched mana to develop a Starfire Scarab. Big old blaster here.
I love
Classic
this card.
threat from the old day. Yeah, this is one of the OG cards.
And it's really good. Mezelji is doing wonder with this card. I think he doesn't run Astral Phasing necessarily, but it is perfect in this mid game where he needs some stability and some I would say, yeah, stability is the best word to name it.
Yeah, and the Lava Storm Obelisk was actually weakened enough that now it'll get one shot by it. Pretty nice. Random Healing Mystic to help catch back up the hit points. Still ahead in cards in hand, and also has a card draw spell with the Caw. It's the combo. But that combo only looks good if you can get a bunch of dervishes going, and this Starfire Scarab is threatening to do a bunch, but the Mystic was placed in a really annoying position.
So PKP really flexed his brain muscles to make this kind of position. Either Mezelji will destroy the middle weakest minion of this middle chain to blast only left side, or well, there is no other choice really.
Yeah, and take counterattack damage.
Take counterattack. Yeah, I think he will decide to do it.
Yeah, it looks like there's a Dispel in the mix, which makes it look good.
But still, the Ethereal Obelisk is live and will spawn a Dervish. Yep. Another Starfire Scarab. Okay, this is good.
This is too much toughness to chunk through. These guys are pretty nasty. So PKP is bringing out the big guns. Here's the combo in full force.
And he's also using the Burden of Knowledge to draw a lot of cards. I don't even know if this is not the finishing blow here.
+3.
Because he attacked phase, he has to be able to finish it. Will he? Maybe not.
No, just gonna go clearing these units.
What's interesting to me that he was so confident to hit phase with his general, but I think, yeah, maybe he feels like he controls the game.
Yeah, usually when it gets tighter and you have a health disadvantage, you don't want to be trading. But the board advantage is really convincing him and pushing him forward.
Okay, he can clear the left side Ethereal Obelisk. He can dispel one of the remaining ones, I believe Fireblaze Obelisk. But again, this is one of the burn turns, and Mezelji is running out of cards. He had a lot of burn turns. He wanted to regain control after being a player 2, after having to deal with those really strong Lava Storm Obelisks. And now he has he's at card deficit.
When in doubt, drop a Fireblaze. Just matching obelisks with obelisks.
And he throws everything. This is the last chance. Like, Mezelji has no other point. This is a critical turn and full action bar for PKP. What should he do here? Play slow? Play Red Sinja? What do you think?
You gotta. Well, the replace is already burned. Probably dropping Red Sinja is pretty tempting, because it just eats an obelisk every turn. So that ends up being the play. Yeah.
Oh, he could have played Burden of Knowledge. I don't know if he wanted to. I'm not sure what the oops was about.
Not with that hand size. That'd be maxed.
Yeah, I don't know what it was about. I think he was thinking about triggering Red Sinja that way, but it doesn't make much sense.
Like a fine turn to me.
Yeah.
Seems nice.
Exactly.
This is needing hard removal right now. Or some way to like push a bit of damage.
Still, I'm really surprised that Mezelji is so close. Looking at this health bar, I think I'm not sure why PKP is so vulnerable to the Wind's Fury. Is Messergy not running it at all? Or he's just risking it?
There's one copy.
Okay, one copy, so playing the odds basically.
So, gotta really be really be lucky there.
He's not moving too far away.
I guess paying the blood tax to get Sinja off the board.
Oh, this is the...
But misplaces the Dunecaster, so it dies for free. Nah, man, it's just take it out. Okay.
But
Well,
the
that
Winds,
helped.
the Stars Fury.
Yep. Stars Fury for the lethal.
Stars Fury is ready for PKP. He was not ready for Messelgy, but he just had to defend. He just had to throw everything he has. Lava Storm Obelisk looks strong. I'm not sure if Messelgy has another deck to play.
Yeah, Messelgy also brought a Songhai deck with 3x Killing Edge and the works. But I guess is saving it just because it has 3x Fan Blades and is waiting for a spell heavy deck, I guess. I don't know. It might be decent here. Maybe we'll see Mez mix it up after getting destroyed twice now. PKP on a run. Just needs to get one more win and can give up 2 losses before is threatened.
Looks like no change here. Again, Vitruvian deck.
Obelisks, Vitruvian Master Race.
Now he has this Inner Oasis, and well, there is for sure no tempo to clear that. He can steal one mana tile on the bottom. Okay, that's cool. Portal Guardian is cool too. Well, there was no other way to play it, I believe, to not take the mana tile. But now the Inner Oasis plays the MVP.
Yeah, it turns all of these trades into just free kills. All these rival Orb Weavers get kicked off the table, or a lot of damage gets pushed on this Portal Guardian. Primus Fist is gonna really seal the deal.
Wow, this is genius play right now. Very optimal positioning of everything basically, and clearing with the very last cards that Messergy has, clearing the Portal Guardian. This is a massive opening for Messergy that was first place in last tournament.
Yep. Inner Oasis hitting 4. Maybe this is Mez's game, looking to turn it back. PKP in an awful situation, but does have the Swarm King Scarab in hand, but that's 2 turns off. Gonna have to settle with trying to pump up a Portal Guardian. These things are both really susceptible to a single Dispel, though. Okay, Messelgy, so far so good.
Not
pushing damage.
Not the best hand right now.
Yeah, how are we dealing with Portal Guardian? I guess we're scratching it with... Oh, we're dispelling it. Okay. Well, that solves that pretty hard.
Yeah, this is understandable only because Messelgy now has 2 4-mana cards. Again, 2 Scarabs in his hand, so he's able to throw that Dispel, but I believe with the tempo style that he's playing this series, he would throw it anyways. Even if it was the last card in his hand, he would just throw this Dispel.
Yeah, it's just too useful to take out one of their biggest creatures. And then the Obelisk can just be surrounded, so that's one way to deal with that.
Okay, now we have another highest priority target. This is this Lava Storm Obelisk. I believe everything else will be ignored. And just that thing needs to be killed, and it will start to snowball.
It can't
surely.
be killed though. Like, you need to bring a Dervish in to hit it from the Fire Blaze. But the Fire Blaze is gonna get knocked out if it spends 1 turn in line with it, and there's another blocker in the way.
Yes, very crucial. What spawn will there be? Actually, even spawn doesn't matter. I don't think it's possible for him to clear it. Oh, the spawn is really bad. Maybe there was a chance, but not anymore.
pretty limited on options. Basically, they can only trade with the 4-1 or push towards the Ethereal. But yeah, the Lava Storm is just going to wipe out that row, which is a huge blow.
This is incredible by PKP. Also, you know, covering that with another Ethereal Obelisk. Ah, very unfortunate for Mezelji. Now he has that Scarab. Will he play the backline, try to snipe down the both obelisks with the blast? I think this is kind of good, but also he has a lot of cards to put into this Portal Guardian.
These obelisks are so clustered, I feel like they should just be surrounded.
But the good thing about Lava Storm obelisks, well, they cannot be fully surrounded. I mean, one of them will be, as you said, but this is kind of a funny thing that many times I also try to surround the Lava Storm obelisk. Not possible.
Yeah, it just breaks 3 and then generates afterwards. But speaking of surrounds, PKP has been completely surrounded.
He has this big Scarab, certainly one of the strongest cards he has. Puts it away
time to throw it.
And prays that there is no killing blow by Mezelji.
Yeah, probably putting it at the bottom row lined up with the general's best because they can follow it and likely contribute a whole bunch. Usually you want that thing firing horizontally, but this is kind of a dire situation.
But this looks very dire also for PKP because Mezelji finally, he turned on the tempo, he put the pedal on the gas, the leg on the pedal, the foot on the pedal rather, on the gas on the pedal, and he's winning this game because a lot of Dervish spawns are enough to turn this Portal Guardian into 7-6. Good game, we are going into a 1-2 scoreline.
Mez is on the board, huge play. Portal Guardians can randomly be extremely terrifying, as it turns out.
No dispel power on PKP's side. I believe he has less, maybe less. It feels like to me it has less siphon energy in his deck list.
He's got 3. It's always the case you want to run 3, because it's just like the best dispel option.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I can see them both in the
Not
game.
throwing in like... I would have expected like a Shroud or something, but that is just not meta, as it turns out.
Definitely not a favorite card in this tournament. Again, we are in the game. We are going a bit quicker now, which is good for all our viewers.
Openers. Lava in the middle. It shredded that line, or maybe it'll shred this Vitruvian.
Here comes the Siphon Energy. That is good. That is good for Mezelji. Yeah,
it's a lightning magnet for silence. At least it just gets dispelled immediately.
But the Pyromancer is giving a lot of value for PKP, I believe. So it's a 0 mana, but I always see so many resources being spent just to clear it. Maybe not this time.
No, it gets cleared. You can't have a blast running amok.
And the Obelisk is dispelled. Control of 2 mana tiles for Mezelji. Now all he has to do is replace into one of the big Scarabs. Inner Oasis is good too.
Yeah, I'd go for the Inner Oasis because every time I see it cast on so many units, 4 or 5, it's just like, it's a win every time. It's just so much to cut through. And there's the Dispel is not area of effect, everyone's running single target. So it just does so much.
Inner Oasis first.
Yep. Even though there could have been 2 more mana captured there, and then potentially something else Oasis. Siphon Energy the second.
He secures one of the mana tiles. He's afraid that PKP will take it.
All the minions just coming in to start pouring in damage because the Frenzy Threat is gone.
Down to 10 health points.
Yeah, PKP does not have much space to work with.
Siphon Energy has a counter.
Yep. Turns out to be a kill spell.
Goes into the corner.
Yeah.
Well, he is not a jail
Neither of
deck
these
opponent,
guys.
but very well he's in trouble.
Yeah, it's probably best to drop the Portal Guardian just to soak up more hits. But even the Portal Guardian's health plus his general health is less than Mezelji's health, so PKP on the ropes.
Now he
In the back
hopes
line, in the corner, here it comes.
he hopes that
here they
Mezelji
come.
runs out of cards, but he will get this Portal Guardian cleared, I believe, because of the Primus Fist. And, well, he didn't cast the Portal Guardian first. I think, well, he could do that, but it's fine.
Don't play it now. That'd be that's too shameful.
It's fine. He's in a really good spot. And he's
Yeah.
positioning... I thought he will rather position...
Actually, pretty good positioning. Yeah. Just like right there in his face. Not much to do except a Ka that goes nowhere and does nothing and can't respawn. This plan
Okay,
looks pretty sketchy.
that's one of the ways to deal with Kanumka. Just dominate your opponent so it does nothing.
Yeah, like Ka doesn't have a way to respawn on anything because it would take something really high power. Because the one Dervish that drops would buff it out of killing range for a lot of things.
The funny thing is he cannot even use the Dunecaster, I mean just sacrifice it to respawn the Kanumka because none of the opponents has more than 3 attack, I mean 3 attack or more. Now he's going for the killing blow it seems because Primus Fist is being casted on the Dunecaster and now he's closing the walls, and 2 health points actually help him in this scenario because he can reach with all of his minions, and we are tied up now 2-2 in the grand finals.
It is match point now. Mezelji could potentially get the trophy with this next win. Or could this upper side advantage get shattered and we advance to a best of 3? Get ready for cards to be dropped because it is time.
Yeah, this is time. This is highest stake game. If Mezelji wins this, he wins $180 with another prizes. And well,
Mezelji also got player 1 4 times out of 5, so that's pretty skillful there.
actually, I think there were not that many. I feel the 2 first games were.
Player 2 is getting the win.
Okay.
Win.
But now PKP with another deck list.
Yep, we're mixing it up. We got Lionar out of nowhere. The cool spell deck. Looking to recur something. I guess recurring a lot of healing?
Will it be the
Needs to be recurring
the miracle? It would be a miracle to get back. Yeah, but as you said, this healing is not useful. This Tempest maybe falling back, so now it requires a little bit of kind of a tactical play. Maybe going triple Tempest would do the trick.
I don't think the time for Tempest is now. This has got to be hitting a ton of units for it to be seeing any value or pushing something. But hey, check it out. Draining Wave. That actually makes Tempest lethal on the Portal Guardian.
That's good.
So these are
He will
immediately
close
being thrown
up.
out.
He will close. Okay. He will close up to one of the tiles as well. So this is a good tempo answer. The draining wave. Well, you're sacrificing a bit of your health, but could be helpful.
A lot of health sacrificed.
Could
In
be
Blitz,
helpful.
this hits 25% more than you'd think, or than an OG. Just chunks a quarter of your health. Or I guess this would be a fifth.
That's a lot. And now the question is, can Mezelji get the tempo back? He got killed a few times, the Portal Guardians were killed, and the obelisks are not there on the board, but PKP is really low. Now he has to think about every single turn to not be killed by the Wind's Fury. A lot of damage.
Dunecaster is pretty great. Just instant damage out of nowhere with pairing with this Uprash's Curse. And this Portal Guardian all the while is just getting bigger and bigger. And a flying buff has been stapled to the Wind Dervish, so it's...
Oh, there is a Gaussian!
Too many
PKP
threats.
cannot come back in this game!
Mezelji
Incredible! The winner of our third Bloodtear Cup is Mezelji!
Huge. Well played. Good effort on PKP. The first 2 games went PKP's way and looked like it was going to be a sweep. But then Mez just went into boss mode, turned it on.
Oh my
Did the
god.
reverse sweep.
Coming back from 0-2 in this grand finals, he manages to win with PKP. What an incredible game we have had on our hands. And you know, guys, you don't need Kanumka, you don't need Starfire Scarab. He won it all with almost all basic and rare cards and some Portal Guardians. Well played, MezelG.
I think the Star's Fury is going to be the hard card for people to acquire in general, but yeah, there's like a lot of that was commons. The Obelisk's doing a ton of work. Plus the dude who would persist a unit and keep it going is also really strong. I'm blanking on the name of it. Doomcaster. Yeah. Huge stuff. Really nice. Had a couple random answers in there, like a crossbones in case a ranged unit showed up. But yeah, and also had the Songhai deck in the pocket, just in case a spell deck needed to be outspelled. Didn't get to see the 3x Gorehorns in that very much. But yeah. Congratulations to Mez.
MezelG is getting $180 and second place PKP $90 and third place Shatterglass $30. What a blast it was to cast this tournament for you guys. We've had a lot of Vitruvian, so how do you feel? How do you feel about it, Tross?
I would say to the people, play Vitruvian now while you can, because the patch is coming.
Yeah.
there might be some changes. Maybe some obelisks have a few too many hit points. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I love when people are trolling about you know, changing Obelisk's health. You know, it's like one of the original designs that are almost never touched, and people are like, yeah, let's make the Obelisk 0-3 or something. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. But guys, maybe let's try to come back into silence or dispel minions meta.
Or a moment of silence for Magmar, who could not be here today. We saw some cool stuff out of Vanar. I liked the jailing that was going on.
Oh yeah, definitely. Shatterglass really.
Some cool stuff.
Yeah, it was cool. We had a lot of Lionars. I think most Vitruvians and then Lionars, and then here and there Vanar, I believe.
Yeah, and then that was about it.
Yeah, I think that's about it. Not much Songhai today, guys. I hope you're all happy with what you've done. But yeah, it was incredible to cast this tournament, and this will be obviously all on YouTube. This time we are saving the VOD, so don't worry. So, Tross, do you have any last words?
Just congratulations to Mez for getting top 1, and for the runner-ups for getting their sweet other prizes, and for everybody for coming in to play, and for you, the viewer. Thank you too. Yeah,
thanks to the viewer. Thanks to all of you that, you know, you have supported your friends probably. You all know each other from the game, because in Duelist Blitz we are all friends and we all love to play against each other, so you probably know each other very well. Shout out to all the Duelist community, to Duelist official that, you know, unfortunately I do not have access to, but still love all the guys there, and Duelist GG doing a great work always. And you know, thanks to everyone who has played this tournament, all the viewers, and see you in the next tournament. Have a good...
Or see you on the ladder.
Or see you on the ladder, yeah. See you on Blitz.
Yeah. Or see you on DGG, or see you in Duelist Origins, or D2, or maybe even Legacy. But we'll probably be seeing you on Blitz.
Okay, see you guys. Bye-bye.
See you guys.